this election. We are winning this election. Make no mistake about it. The only issue for me today, if we vote today, we win. The only issue is the gap. How big a gap we are going to give our opponents. I want a big gap. I want a big gap. I want all of you to come out. I want a big gap. We want to beat them well. So come out and vote. Choboy, the reason why we are going to win this election is because of the work we have done. You have seen in this election, there are two of us, isn't it? Myself and the former president. He has been president before, so we have to look at his record. When he was president, he told us that all the meat had finished. It was only left with the bones. Do you remember? Choboy, during his term, we did not have chalk in school. There was no chalk in school. During his term, he cancelled teacher training allowance. During his term, he cancelled nursing training allowance. During his term, the National Ambulance Service collapsed. During his term, the National Health Insurance collapsed. During his term, all the money, hundreds of millions that were given to him to develop the North, he said he was rearing guinea fowls. Guinea fowls under SADA. We have not seen one SADA project in the 5 northern regions. Is there a SADA project in Saboba? Have you seen one SADA project in Saboba? One SADA project? No. We asked him, where are the guinea fowls? He said they have flown to Burkina Faso. And today, he says he wants to come back. Do you want him to come back?
We extend our profound gratitude for the numerous projects you have initiated in Saboba.
Enchebia yebetwaba akabe na wacho minu pepepe ni atwaba na ni America ne say abatwa ye kotui enya abatwa eye tesenia yato kane we yabatwo eye sronkokra yabatwa se yetuni ya nyame adoma yesika sembe siesie na yenya hoto wa Ghana se antuni ya ahochire ayewo mu ene ohia ayewo mu ebeto aso Milia Thomas Ekasa okay osi yasuansa yasuensu yehuni emodu no kasa esanse 2016 abra NDC wo hono na ye mampenyi Nana Akufo-Addo ene na bedi eche baumia na omondi mampenyi mienhuda enti omo baaye no ensemo okanyina yeni sene yebetimi ahwe sene omo ka no eyade ombedi so anaso omundi so enti omo ka ene oma de na enye Ghana fomfom so omo to ma omo ebi se ende omo kan no oti ewa suma eyode enkruma Ghana ojefa ahude maye a obia wo Africa ha ebuye say yeni ye Black Star of Africa and then Black Star of Africa ahwease bebi ameko bia meye mampanyi dada ye frame se member conference member hambekasa bebi ameko bia asema obusa say na Ghana de ne baye ebiso munim say yeni enim yesika sebso hwe omunim say ye kaka be man be can be a mambo democracy Ghana and a year #1 and so and so there bibia say bibia ye basa wo ye mem ama Black Star so aye basa ezu aka yɛntimi nyɛ hwee mpo anka Black Stars deɛ ɔmbɛkɔ akɔhyɛ nkurɔfoɔ bi na ama yɛ ame nso ɛne nso Black Stars goal abɔɔ mo yɛyɛ a yɛntimi nhyɛ African Cup of Nations afi biara yɛkɔ bi afi deɛ ɛno ano no yɛnkɔ yɛyi efirim ɛyɛzu ɛyɛza enti ɛnɛ deɛ nyame mɛsɛ nea nyame bɛwie biara yɛ ebi sɛ nyame ɛna ɔma yɛsi fam sɛ ɔmo nso ɔmbɛtena so na ɔmo yɛ nea nhwɛ ebi sɛ anka nyame anyɛ ne saa anka ɛbɛka sɛ ɔmo na ɛbaayɛ a anka ɔmbɛyɛ sei ɔmo na ɛbaayɛ anka ɔmbɛyɛ sei anka adeɛ a NDC bɛyɛ biara nso yɛ ni ɛnso ɛnɛ deɛ yɛtumi hu sɛ yɛyere dada a yɛgyaa no yɛhu nea wayɛ lipo a ne nim yɛ hyɛn na yɛkɔdii n'akyi no afei boro a ɔboro yɛ no ɛkɔm ama ɛde yɛ no yɛayɛ yɛ adwen sɛ yɛyere dada a yɛne ne te a na ɛkɔm nko yɛ a na ɔhwɛ yɛ yie yɛsan akɔware no.
Well, good evening. Bamba Jasu Media, so live on OK 101.7 FM. So yes, I'm live across your partner radio stations. I will doing that. So thank you so much for joining us. You're live on High Life Radio, and you're live Kings Jersey Radio in New Jersey. You're live on Migachu FM Okukren to me. Yeah, just any Triabu Musa and Yasam Ketwa, and you're live on Nasra Radio UK. You're live so Adam Papa Media, so Belgium, France. It's a good evening. It's just 12 days. Mako sa 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Just 12 days to December 7th. Neho and amaga any amagabeshia. Ami yehu amaga ho. Enti thank you so much. Sami Tigi also joining here from Kumasi. So thank you so much. And Abrante Abakuto Sabo Bamboy Junior Jalu so Bamboy. Thank you also on the Baumia. And Mahama Chrome now to Baumia. I want our person yana. Take a good evening. So it's a good evening. Wow, I join here very Ubiano. Thank you so much. The countdown is officially on. Now, what was a time when I saw a friend a campaign doing boot for boot, fire for fire. And then here, Baumia and Mahama, this week, a Kutian will be up in the Yonko. It is a normal, me fan personal, one how come be resume VP for next time. The head no, everybody's going boot for boot and fire for fire. Until Baumia, he's addressing Mahama specifically. So we'll say a namna saka dompe. So we'll see sikeni ho. Teacher training allowance went to a boot for boot. What is Mahama also did? The same thing. Mahama say 2016 in the time for weather. It's a can say a matra makwe. And I had the way they are trying 8 years. Now is the time to assess them. Nafato NDC. No Mahama feel say yeah quack of fire dada. Say boot for boot. This week, Alan so PC in every but catch them that Alan from primary sit and I'm catch them Alan. On one after statistics now, when shown to me winning. And I'm a kind of Alan craft for me whole time, but me maka. Me analysis na me sometimes politicians you must allow us to speak the truth and tell you the truth. Yeah, mama you're crying kind of crying because usually most supporters kind of crying because I'm not the emotion yeah they. Inti na no na make us high life radio now say don't be emotional. Oh yeah, NDC NPP is got. Do not be emotional. You can't cry and I'll come to some last minute analysis and tell you why you should not be emotional. There's 1 month they have been telling you say we NDC NPP last minute boom na your campaign my party because it is only when you're able to tilt people to the other side and I'll be winning. Who did the attempt said day enkosiaga when you attack the presenters enkosiaga. Presenter be a vote here back. You see, and I think that's one of the things that they didn't help NDC because from 2 years ago, NDC nearly the idea Santa by now. Say NDC tier advice near the Maomona. And Baumia according to a economy money idea. And can be before look at the campaigner project MPP for commission and say, look at projects MPP for commission. In my experience. There's no way a party being himself a comfortable leader or be inaugurating or be commission project back to back. They said the MPP for year. Me kind of rough tree. so that you understand clearly and do not misquote me, because bloggers in there. Opa, she said you mama says, yeah, Mr. Family, whom me yano, me yada, debinya, my ya word, naminam, dear, me say, there is no way in my experience, I'm talking about my experience, if you need me experience, you can have a different view, and the experience over 20 years, and you're grown here, more parliament, I come here, leader, or parliament, me say, in my experience, say, party be a comfortable leader on commission project back to back to back to back. Once a party be, this is exactly what NDC did. Before this one here, commissioning of project on steroids. Yeah, commissioning of project on steroids. NDC for you something similar in 2016. And I'm going to check journalists for you and but the NDC for you is on steroids. And you double it to the power 1,000. And easy. But at the champion commission project from flight top sprinters to a nursing school, the biggest nursing school, to the fire station, to a STEM schools, to one hospitals, to the almost commission papa. And that should tell you one thing. Say in my experience, usually no, say party na kasa who say form nya no more double up. That shows you that NPP for no 8 years they work from the challenge. You don't expect anybody to any normal human being and not junior juma sound. Highlighting the weakness. This is the difference between NDC NPP. Me say na me kind of correct blame on TSC and now say a show boy who to me call hage a transformer. No credit me catch them in my experience. Usually it's a party near comfortable. They said 2016 the NDC catch said they were in a comfortable leader on commission. In fact, in 2016, NDC and Kasa internal a report or more research showed that NDC, as far back as May 2016, they were losing. They knew it. Into NDC decided that no, young cutting for. Into NDC affairs, now community media functioned any very good relationship. No, they started building relationship, which I think from 2016 NDC should have continued. NDC should have continued because a Juma Kakrana NDC for year 2016 it was good, and I noted that even though NDC lost 2016, 2020 NDC gained 2.5%. of total vote, because they had laid a good foundation, albeit a last minute in NDC realized here. But in 2016, between May and December, campaign NDC ran here and it was good. It was too late there, but it was good. In the NDC building on for 2020, although 2020 campaign NDC here, Oman should have been and Shemun to say 2024 campaign win, but they got 2.5% in addition to 2016 vote. But between 2020 and 2024, NDC lost their way. Yeah, NDC didn't listen. Into NDC feedback, no more media for. And the results is what Gabna Baumia close to know. Baumia nimse economy no, it's not his strength. On nimse $60 exchange rate, or my channel said on council no. On nimse fundamentals, the Quembino are exposing a kaka, but and then the Juman is on no opponent here. Baumia, it is not his job to campaign for NDC. Into a nimse economy nation 100% no. Look, now I knew to the benefit of NDC. You never do that. No sane mind, no person be or no one or down that's me so and there's into NDC a Jumane say I'll be consistent, will be focused Bohoman tete. Maybe Christ when you must Bohoman tete. And NDC lost God. They kept attacking and you see, you cannot campaign against your opponent based on one thing. Economy in Kwa. Say economy start seeming to a brofuna American and you'll be a one tier. I'm putting your money in context. And your friend says seeming stability now you in the economy no because IMF for manage the economy no. It's not because Ghana Minister of Finance they managing. IMF is managing the economy. So NDC could not capitalize on Saudi way. And you cannot bank all your campaign message or strategy on just one issue, say economy in here. Into all focusing on just economy in here, just economy in here. Now that IMF work are in charge of the economy, they are checking government expenditure. They are making sure that the government will not overspend. Right now, NDC messaging is stuck. That is why NDC after 9 years stagnated. Unfortunately for NDC, our motivation, and how the 24-hour economy. Now that you brought the 24-hour economy, even research is showing, say, is the most popular slogan. NDC could not market 24-hour economy, no. What we are marketing? Because you see, NPP for a major issue. Now, no mean another thing that NDC, when people who were seen, who were perceived to be NDC favorite, NDC spokespersons, NDC akasama for no muye young comfort says one here, Nana any other Nana Abrefo, the NDC for NDC for anything with those people, but there were people who were perceived. So we NDC for Mukasama NDC, did the sisters in them. Did the journalists be obey, especially any diversion did at them? NDC never stopped them. All those things now affect them. And then Nanaba on her own boldly. Miminim Nanaba Pamina. I know Nanaba over 15 years. Nanaba can boldly say, hey, MPP for more there. Baumia the essay kidney. Then she I can Nanaba ordinary don't shadam ponka baby biasa. Why? You lost people like Nanaba because when people were attacking them, how bet me in solidarity because Munjai and Yamunipa stand in solidarity with the person who is being attacked. After all, your bar, how are you able to go back and campaign that will reanimate your bar when your people, perceived people, are attacking women? And for one of the noble women I know in the media, matches box. Nobody in NDC defended her. Nobody in NDC spoke for her. Nobody in NDC said, Adubre, leave the lady alone and let her do her job because brain or brand sister Nabono. It has nothing to do with anybody. In any case, nobody no catch and go bounce off our body in the manner. I'm proud. I'm proud of her. I'm proud of all the ladies. I'm proud of them. Because politics here, you might easy. See, I bet you what I'm every day. You have the balls to show up and show out. And you're easy. No, all these things, no, NDC. Last minute, and I make us NDC. But a friend saying 24-hour economy, Munshadan Shemukina. Even if the communication ain't shadan consistent, communication strategy, political marketing communication strategies, and NDC won't conform be wom. They say about me closely gap, last minute back to back. And again, going back to MPP for shortcoming, which is communication. I know, FOC and all can say. OSHA projects MPP for commission back to back certainly shows MPP communication is your problem. Again, an MPP throughout on my mind, Kodo Pankroma, who is a journalist, has been the Minister of Communication struggling with communication. And MPP, Eugene, a presidential spokesperson, struggle with communication. And then MPP, they have one of the senior most communication gurus, Antiobi, Oboshi Sai Coffee. It's in your government, you are struggling. And NPP, you have former graphic editor, former BBC editor, Elizabeth Ohini in your government, you are struggling. Because NPP communication and NDC could not capitalize on this. Jesus. Are you kidding? NDC now about to way and I'll say because seriously, if you may, I'm giving you my objective opinion. When you are entitled to disagree and insult, because it won't change what is about to happen. Before Baumia Mahama showed down in the campaign, and it shouldn't have happened because a party that lost in 2016, just 4 years, you managed to reclaim 2.5%. You say, before election results, no more. And election, yes, another one. But the fact that in just 4 years, NDC managed to reclaim 2.5% of the votes that they lost. It's significant. Because usually, the party may reclaim that amount now. Just 8 years about. But in 4 years, NDC managed to reclaim 2.5%. Go and check the statistics. Copy of them online is there. That's also the NDC. And they did it campaign 2020 campaign. NDC one shot giddy campaign, but they managed to get 2.5. Into a day and between 2020 and 2024 campaign has slipped. But we had the adjustment. Me say even the facts or more money or more year project back to back. They say as far back as last year, and before knew that they knew it. And the way any news because even the statistics showed that not ground and shut yet. All the research that came 2 years ago showed that NDC normally lead racing with 9%. In fact, 3 years ago, NDC was leading Baumia. Mahama was leading Baumia with 13% and about 9%. And NDC started saying, so what is happening in NDC's camp? Strategy no more consistent. And kakre about say it shows you the communication gap. No, NDC should have taken advantage. No, but no. NDC decided, yeah, journalists for who does that? Why are you shooting yourself in the foot? Why? Once upon a time, media communication. I know this. I'm not supposed to say this, but I know this. But Obia or NDC need to me mount camera. No, I didn't na matter and NDC phone into me defend it. A year say Nana. And you are complaining. Oh, baby, I say Adiana ko. Wow. Anti-campaign, no dear. This election, from beginning, this election was for NDC to lose. It wasn't for MPP to win. Because from the beginning, incumbency disadvantage was affecting MPP4. Incumbency disadvantage was affecting MPP4. And NDC at now, no man yet there was one year. And look at projects, commission. Apart from saying it shows us a last minute, MPP4 said there remains a sizable number of the population. Almost said and yet decided into for projects soon bring more money. So and clearly all this commissioning of projects diversionary tactics. MPP4 need to be smart. They have been smart. And I don't blame them because again they said Black Stars near you need to now for Koboy and you said Ghana you need team, you need players. So we have the players. We have people. We could have won the game, but we were not strategic. Having the skill is one thing. Having the men is one thing. And being strategic in deploying the skills and the men is another thing. The two are completely different. And you need to be strategic. You need to be strategic. Last minute one about me and last minute one Mahama. This is how Mahama should have started the camp. Bohomanity issues. Bohomanity be consistent. Bring the record and fire. Don't let people want changing distracted. This campaign when he's more almost like determine the pace. Until last minute, I think NDC they call Brigadier General, Commander of Ghana Armed Forces. The man has nothing to do with it. The man this when me and maybe politics over 20 years, I can see they do election be opposition for police for near side, military for near side. 1 year at the end of the day, they back up kind of be vigilant. Put your system and all structures in place. Cut ground. Talk less. Outsmart your opponent. Make my opponent who say you are coming. Don't let them see what you are doing. Unless we are NDC, so NDC is being strategic in terms of the fact that they are trying to also deviate or trying to mislead Baumia for no, they are swerving and also can happen. It could be say last minute. NDC has some people behind the scenes. I almost didn't maybe a go upon my say, hey, and you have to divert it. But you see, me from where I sit and the analysis I'm doing, I'm saying that NDC Baumia upper hand in this campaign. Last minute, they were managing upper hand. And from even beginning, Baumia has determined the pace. For the first time in this election, there's been less insult, more issues. It's because Baumia set that pace. And it's good. I know Baumia or no Baumia is good because Mahama Nakasa as a persona, said so over the years, Mahama was the darling boy of the media. Yeah, media phone, you know. They don't mind her or come Mahama. I love Mahama. It won't change. It will not change. I knew Mahama long before Krabba game. No, what you say from Parliament? Yeah, one managing as the darling boy of the media, but it doesn't change the fact that sometimes you need and don't limit yourself to because sometimes they can mislead you. And it happens. For seeing I can say the people around him were misleading Nanado. We told you, do the needful. In fact, Baumia campaign and in our last minute because Nanado near maybe a 1 year negligence, some ineffectiveness. Nanado inaction. Nanado beginning first 4 years of Nanado abay and can near money account ground Nanado tea and Baumia campaign to crown struggle my name Kodiba last minute. But it's good because I guess someone come back complacent. Because I can begin, and another year and a Jumenina, last minute on God, commission in Yagamunya. Would you want Fanisa? Camunya and Camunya. And Camunya, and the Mufan is and another Nakata slack here because last minute Omunya was actually grounding a fashion project, not testing in a Cody project. It's back to back or the Mamosa. And NDC being in opposition, no, very difficult. So opposition, and you can't do much. It's in the opposition. Your strength lies in the media. The alliance you form with the media, the alliance you form with civil society, the alliance you form with the friends on the other side. And none of that show up. Now my own voice, you know, I hear louder because opposition you have voice. Oh fire no now oh fire where the University of Ghana for the race and on the catch and NDC boys do matem. Obi race and now ya near do matem. What? I would the understand Kabekini Panabaro side no udinatem. This is where we are going. This is where we are going. Me say media me from Anopakosiam. It won't change elections, no. 12 days to the voting. Say they can say on the day of voting, on the day of voting, you must deploy Onyema to make sure that deploy all your strategies. They say they can why a mistake we NDC NPP or be any mistake we have been MPP for the as a communication mistake. They've made major mistakes. Now me catch them on say. Getting to the elections, no scandals, baby, remember. It looks like elections, 20 December 7th elections, we scandal, baby, no, edi kan badada, baby, abadada. Enti kakre, you know, and number dropping in the next 12 days, no. What they are 2 days into 10 days, ya kabo scandals have dropping. Meaning last minute tactics to try to switch people's mind. Last minute tactics to try to switch people's mind. A beba on both sides. Now no kakra by mama, the also mama. A Russian document, meaning a last minute political tactics. These are normal things. It will come. And one on who vote and who discerning, you know, because by now 80% of the voting population they take a decision that nobody decided that 15% no, and now between 5 and 20% no moon decided or mona projecting now for mono because they are the ones who also switch elections. About 5 to 20% na kana omun decide you know. Omun echere NDC and NPP ne be winning because that have supported omun NDC and NPP the omun ya obi enim omun decided that some perform net social media no ye they have already decided omun they are the core supporters of both NDC and NPP omun makano e change for no omun and they be decided say beko ha ana beko ha. It is said the NDC between 2016 and 2020 NDC nya 2.5% of South floating voters. So the question is NDC to me double not about 5%. Now NDC to me the South vote no nya no 2016 and 2020 nipa na NDC lose omuna man to ama NDC no to man and no 2.5% of them came back to NDC. That's about 500,000. Say NDC to me no they call 1 million NDC will cross 50 plus 1%. They will win the elections. And that is why who you be their 40 and anaba na mo say wa me nana ya brefonom ya you don't insult them. You bring them to your camp. What do you need sir yes sir adwene wo form here this is support they be able to be paid according to them. What do you know form you are dissing your own party. You are killing your own party. Your own party like who vote no kwa ma party win you. Who vote nkwa ma party ni win. You need the floating voters. Change. Oh, they are no ya ma do crowd beto. O kona continue see o crowd beto am NDC and beto am MPP. But people like Nana Bana mo say wa me first Nana ya brefo and omo kasa. You are too Germany bet me oh me dey come in this area but sister me don until me ko ha. Other parties in here used to celebrities near there to endorse them. It will be focused. 12 days. Agrono strategy your strategy for voting day. How would you deploy your people on the ground? Yeah, to abandon and you see voting day no. The aka bill say omo register and elections no mudi anko voters register ni dada. If you register no am when you na until they do elections now cover better social media say elections there just 1 month and 3 months to election no mu ye dede. Election no be 3 months to election too. It starts from the time we register. That be the time election strategy they stand. In fact, it start before. Because how you go get the people come register, no? That be the first strategy. You will get the people make the come register. And say, oh yeah, they ought to all the answer they have social media no be yen for fact that. And no more money or form no mutie. But be on him politics make say look, even registration was started to get people to join and register. Once the panidia ko book no, the next point on how to maintain the person's name in the voters register. Number 3, how to bring the person to the polling station on the day of voting. Number 4, omoto abani we are even voting day no. Ntokwa kakra ebesi ni nyina so ho. Ni nyina so ho. And that is why I don't like this attack on Brigadier General and Ghana forces. Because look, say Ghana forces so making life uncomfortable for both NDC and journey for Ghana. The things they know, you don't know. The things they can drop on the ground, you don't know. The things they can do the day before, you don't know. No matter the amount of most, I'm over drop or Ghana and forces. Look, the security agencies in Africa, they know they play. The things they can do, you don't attack them. You find a way to get people inside. Oh, of course. This is the way it means that eventually it will come down to who can do ways and means. It will come down to, because of the way you're close, it will come back to why in the better ways and means. They have a company for one year, they are on standby. Into elections, but you see, ways and means, it has to be grounded. It has to lie on something. Foundation, you must build the foundation. Foundation na make us a party for now one issue. NDC there poor strategy, attack on media people, attack on journalists when that should not be the focus of your campaign. NPP for the any communication, poor communication. Munim how to NPP for and that Nanado NPP for have one of the worst a relationship with media for NPP and that Nanado by way. President Kufuor time it was better. And no cry President for second time you're saying MPP my relationship with media for conform, but this Nanado Abai one of the poorest relationship between Abai any media for is under MPP Abai poorest relationship. NDC should have taken advantage of it to switch people and to influence the media, because you see a lot of people consume media and then could you YouTube and TikTok now what happened? What's that? You have lost your relationship with the media until Kojo himself had to go and sit on camera. No, any PR. What happened? About such a Jamasi. It happened in elections. Minister of Information, who is now Minister of Works and Housing, media person, our experience was no camera, then him no fire. What happened? Because some people lost their relationship with the media. Oh, yes, I'm attacking media, only media betting. Okay, go on. This is Africa. No be America. America crana. A relationship with media, no and I saw Kamala Harris. No. There are more levels, multi-levels in elections. It's on the day of voting, that is where the security agencies can come in. Party be anyone more better make us obey our smarty soldiers and our police for. And as the other combined security agencies don't manage elections, what somebody say on election day. Here we are, the counting, collation of the results. At the end of the election petition in Supreme Court in 2012 must not happen again. It was basically about the lack of technology or knowledge of the parties to collect their own results and to train party executives. Now, party agents call a voting center no be mano a doctor no idea. Party senior party member called electoral commission so collect results. Ni amano I want to be a fabrodoniti. Come out ni pandu on come the na we are coming to complain say they gave me tea, they didn't give me biscuit. It should never happen again. And this is a haram this election. Some of them are party near strong room or electoral commission. Yeah, only tea. Near the money tea cry and some and no chance a brand no can come then papa no. Not just a common. See a man tea cry biscuit in count crowd or what a contingency arrangement did NDC make for their own people? Now the strong room in Pononia, the anemia, Yamatia, a biscuit in count crowd. Now you are what Savulugu polling stations way. You are one Hampton polling stations way. You are what where polling stations were only any city in Ukraine. So the thing of election deployment very necessary. Collation, very necessary. Education by now. I expect NDC to have a whole system in place. A whole system. Yeah? A whole system in place. What training for me? I'm sorry, I better can hear my baby can. You can't really collect results in this one. Why they also here? So this is what I'm saying for you, because research nearby any in idea. You are showing say not only has Bawumia closed the government, say I know they all can be attempt 12 days election ma catch up to 1 week contain things. 1 week contain things. NPP for Nkasa himself grounding yet. back to back projects no more year no more say ground and 100%. But Baumia close gabono. Go close. And now when the Baumia can. And some Baumia can say not only does he want to close the gap, but so be a gabono. It's NDC 12 days, you still have opportunity. NPP is 12 days, you still have opportunity to be a gabono. Because at least MPP in my own observation and analysis, I'm saying shows that at least it has given them some kind of resource, which is double close gab. More overtaking Mahama Kakra. So how you can make up and open the gap in the next 12 years and Edamosone. Come on, lose guard. So NDC, so if they do their homework, see feedback near the moment, go back to the drawing board and say that 12 days you bomb and bug. Yes, we had your own gym boot for boot. The basic BNC, all your strategy, all hands on board. This is Nibi or pension you off your come back on board. 12 days, young Bonguma. And this will not only close the gap, but 2.5% no money in 2020, they'll build on that. And if they're able to double that to 5% or even 6.5%, then this is back also. Election will not be done for anybody like that too. Only that Baumia now is leading and is controlling the narrative, which NDC was leading 2 years ago. Even last year, NDC was leading. And no matter the project, every corner be a baby. I'll bet you so good. What happened? How is NDC not able to match up? How NDC videos on here? 2016 projects now more and the videos on here. Start showing the videos. 2016 airport, a rich hospital, a Bank of Ghana, Bank of Ghana hospital, you know, at the NDC more and I'm starting. So now I'm Bank of Ghana for. This one was needless. It was needless. It was needless. And the Bank of Ghana then on my commission. Better inside the Korean US, so my commission they are fans. It was needless to attack them. Cathedral, yes, and make cathedral. I mean, shut down the cathedral assembly, sir. But NDC should not have attacked the cathedral issue. It was needless and also fighting against NDC ni Christian. Now attacking cathedral, we are not going to for some needless. O fire kitu ebi no ejai kakra. Now I'm a Christopher who say you are with them. In fact, you even build a better cathedral for the Christians so that they see that you have their interest. Mahama na we Christian, who are for the fire cathedral. Na ba omiano oni Muslim no. Mahama time kramo who candidate Christian no. Mota na mosque yesi no waka ukudi junction yesi yen so muntumi fanya campaign mam NDC. Mota and he started ka ukudi ultra modern mosque just a mosque more time and yesi NDC to me capitalizing fanya campaign. Musi mo be jan kolana mo control Mahama. Omo no mo be influence Mahama. Social media keke. You have to have social media must be standing on a proper, sensible, smart strategy. No be just talk. That thing no be just talk. Sometimes experience they hear. No be say you just go bring camera, then you just talk. Anybody will go fire, go just insult them. You know, that's not a strategy. Insult and yes strategy. And then you go quote me anyway. You see, at them the day it no be strategy. Yeah, funny for. Near a year asante for, near a year cry for, near a year way for. It not be strategy. You can't insult people into silence. They will punish you with their kokromoti. You can't insult people into silence. Your own people, you can't insult. That is not a strategy. What last one? Was this issue about Mrs. Baumia? Crowd only political experience. What about Baumia? Political experience to Mahama Mahama. Instead of Mahama showdown. What about political experience to Mahama? Baumia may even Canada Japan in terms of political experience by Mahama. Mahama ye MP no. How ye bole or Mahama has been a political apparatchik from bottom. Nifi a political house. And can you Baumia mate any Mahama in terms of political experience? Nyani mate no. Missing any mate in Pony Canada, Japan, and Canberra, any mate. And I know President Kufuor County. Also, who Baumia 2008, and I know I was at least a hotel near the Baumia, and I'll say Baumia as a year first, a running mate to Nanado. And before what pissed, I was there, President Kufuor County, on what I was one of the journalists that was covering that inauguration announcement of Baumia as running mate. It was between two people. Haji Ali Mahama, Ghana ambassador to America or TDC. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia and the party people were in favor of Haji Ali Mahama because number one, your party near where the party na check. Wedi MP wana erugu. Wasa yoba. So they like that. Ono saye kremoni. So they wanted her. Oyobi a omunim no. Inti sali Mahama ni ho. Na so mo kofo bi for they talk yam fa ajali Mahama momra. Ba omia no ka game no ho kra. Inti na do di gidi wa oni na do from kumi prekude oye rebel. Na do yes chin me the ba omia na be MPP for a guy. All those people including Damboche, but the senior strategists, senior parachiki, senior smart, the working encyclopedia okay hon sa papa no. Omo nyina we not happy see akofa ba omia bene. Damboche is the senior chief strategist, chief orchestrator for ba omia. E den NDC there. Ya boati nja ma pension akotene fie. Mutumi mbreje gap, mutumi fa bone nche. E den akoko anyi do ne kokko anyi do adane campaigner for MPP. Kokko anyi do dam voter region. E show her project MPP for ba my voter region. She project o my even nanu Jamestown kra nya voter region. Kokko anyi do mo ya haboy, kokko anyi do the camera na ha me hu ya me say Eurade kokko anyi do is pissing in. Who is pissing in MPP for NDC? Even Yahonya Tamaklo, Nini and Abusiani Ibrahim Mama. And MPP for NDC for to be using Yahonya Tamaklo against Nanado near MPP for now. Yahonya all that last million Igbojidi for there. Baumia Kuhuno, or Panacho. Baumia de on himself on this experience na Mahama woni bi. Baumia wani Ahobrasiane, as I look me London, as I me Nana or the whole and what. But Mr. Canada Japan cry. Nana in the I shall to mom cry then. About Papa Canada Japan dinner say. Also no down soon to I am and Toka. Also I am Tokanisika, Canada Japan about me to me. Up and a chawa convincing I'm Wabedineti. What you mean convincing NDC? You have an experienced person like Jaboatinjan. What you mean deploying? Jaboatinjan defeat. Onye Jumanye. Ah, party move here Juma. You need people, experienced people to come on board and help. Mama not at nephew because I said we mu JM faction. JM faction, JM faction. Oh, power, funny bra. Not power no. Bring the person and get the power. My person you are boating jam with you. You better you are boating jam can OKFM. Yes, NDC do be a muano. How do you do that? Baumia etu me dia hombrate krama hombrate akofa Kennedy Japan ba eja ko chairman ti akofa na ba panecho. I don't know the on my set Alan Chairmanti de na Alan Papa on cry. So for 12 days I can a boot for boot, a boot for boot, fire for style baby. Ignore more woody atam no small. This is my advice to Mahama. 12 days na can forgetting Kolan na. What the own can't so forget you because so forget you musu bubefu. But you change strategy on the ground. That's a shame. Not the old meaning deploy every hands on there. Dr. Do for no when you order for Biabra, Kodobonsu, bring everybody. A Betty mode in Alice mode, order for me in a room. Last minute, bring everybody on board. Nama homework for 12 days. There is a BBC here. Shake the tables. Nama BBC because they say Baumiano no one so or any comfortable lead the cacao to the pie or some margin. That's what he said. Manti Atemno. Also, no him so be winning, they say or per margin. Margin ope. Onim so be we need to open margin. How can Baumia be this comfortable? The island here in Ireland heading to me affected Baumia baby. So NDC in Kabay now kokwa no matter the why forget no. Nakafa kokwa nido be bata ho. One kokwa nido. Na no atano si de ore he. Atano si library no kokwa nido to me convince MPP for Makosi. That is another campaign message against NDC. Atano constituency. That is not to say I don't want to be winning national elections and you who's anyama with that. But at least the fact that MPP for Atamu to grow Makoya library naman. Hey, how did this happen? As in the park, it shouldn't have happened. NDC Mahama should have concluded as in the park completed the library. You had more than 6 years to do this. Why you? And as I say, Kokwanyi do akoton idea na ma MPP for you. Almost so campaign na make no MPP for na kase nim say communication in maybe I said anko ya momo inflation anko ya momo cedi dollars exchange rate and fundamentals no it has already campaigned against them. It also munye bibi no mo di shem ten no mo koye atamo se de no mo di shem
minia Kokwanyi do osida ni aje beru ahuye efri se employee forecast bi almost say any obi bi ni de one jet ye koko ajedo on free chrome ha so the nyame nam ne so a wa President Mills no so the bush of correct me anything yeah President Mills oji to be ma NDC for and shed anymore it's in a semo ya may way the vice president and you ya may way and so suddenly I mentioned say no President Mills or the vice president and is pidano and so be did here that's all my uncle and Tranquilla who can do so be the President Mills here and then your baby day obey shram and so I know Mukusa now some 40 years the Namakano and some fire day about
when you propaganda. We're propaganda, but I'm saying that MPP4 have taken advantage of this propaganda and done it, which is what NDC should have done. Where the signs is there, clear, no be say bitoli, clear. Celebrity NDC4 year, you know, be a year come on here, na po menya fans, menya time be ground be fans. NDC should have done this work. You cannot correct them out. When tia, and fear 12 days here can do your homework. I always say, do your homework. Now, me better na me my analysis and change. Me say about me, I was say they also no so comfortably. To see gab.
Mistake about it. The only issue for me today, if we vote today, we win. The only issue is the gap. How big a gap we are going to give our opponents. I want a big gap. I want a big gap. I want all of you to come out. I want a big gap.
At the last minute, where they about me, and some of these things he just says it to embolden MPP4 base, you know, to strengthen them and say they are winning. I think it's a psychological political game. Because also I do last minute, I also play politics so that you assure your people that you are winning. So I game it enormous. They say, you know, no one were winning up a big gap. So let me take you to President Mahama there.
Na ni American say abatwa ye kotui enya batwa eye tesenia yato kane we ya batwo eye sro kokra ya batwa se yetuni ya nyame adoma yesika sembe siesie na yenya hoto wo Ghana se antuni ya ahochire ayewo mu ani ohia ayewo mu ebeto aso Minia Thomas Ekasa okay osi yasuansa yasuensu yehunu emu odu no kasa esanse 2016 abra NDC wo hono na ye mampenyi na akofado eni na bedi eche baumia na omondi mampenyi mienhuda enchi omo baaye no ensem oka nyina yeni sene yebetimi ahwe sene omo ka no eyade ombedi so anase omundi so enti omo ka eni oma de na enye Ghana fomfom so omo to ma omo ebi se ndi omo kan no oti ewa suma eye ode enkruma Ghana ojefa ahude maye a obia wo Africa ha ebuye se ye ne ye Black Star of Africa and then Black Star of Africa ahwease bebi amekobia meye mampenyi dada ye frame se member conference member hambekasa bebi amekobia asema obusa se na Ghana de ne bae
wait to Mahama to the last minute campaign to embolden not only the supporters but also to tell Omomia floating voters said this is the issue you must base on. This is the issue. This is the issue you must base on. Say a deng an economy ni say a deng an economy ni say Hona Mahama so yen eduman to also ball and mano attitude. If you don't blame Mahama, don't blame Baumio. Be at the last minute there. Push everything on board and make sure so campaign said they bet me about floor and I'm expecting more dialogue from NDC. Let me show you this last minute. Deputy Director of Communication on Church. I think my because if you look at this, Dr. Smart's research or the buyer, One of the things that you see, I don't think, and yet that's big enough, but you see, constituency needs level, that at the constituency level, no, one of the key things I'm going to so much about rose, youth employment. You see, whatever it is, 12 days here, okay, all these things still remains. You see, that is why. So when we say NPP for no yet, any call rose, run about, and no, any report, no, the research is showing that rose no account because it's visible. People can see. Economy need the airlines and go for each other and just or more jana or more, you know. And the research also showed they say NDC or more a friend saying a breadwinners and go for no one or you chop money with you know. NDC must bomb and take. Go back to the economy, which is why Mahama can also not come about economy at him. Go back to the economy. 12 days here can bomb and go back to a jump for let them remind them about dollar no. Last minute there, wow you it's one yeah, wow somewhere. No, the research is showing say one of the key things I'm comfortable about your rose. NPP for me and they almost area. Waterma, inaugurating houses now Waterma come to 26. As I rose never boom. Any I don't know. Rose, the report is showing say rose, you're number one. Rose. Fly over no more a spend a rose. I can't home. I something with you rose, you're my what? I can't hold rose, they want visibility. Almost a grounds no why and sure to a former they decided someone call NDC must also use economy no dollar no go back and use it. Intervia mama just you made live on okay 101.7 FM no wait me send a message about near kind who did that time there when I'm summarize when they come blocking it part 2 we don't get a song go say we don't have time for any imbecility go block you no. This election no be me my papa where they stand no be my mama where they stand all the be ever find like level be mama good evening akwaba what you mean come is also member
but you so
so who you there
me to kapa na who to say
adumaya
nyame adum bi aboko
adumaya kwa yo last minute for 12 days what is happening when we camp
Dedikai mamichia wetiefo na michia Ghana fo nyina dedikai ene se MPP amanyokuo de ye adwuma esan se ye gidi se ye adwuma ma Ghana fo ye nneoma ye de agugu akwan mu ni nnwuma pa na na doda nkwa kufu ado ene Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia aye for the past 8 years for the people of Ghana no it is glaringly clear for everybody to see. Let me tell you about road infrastructure deficit. MPP etimi ababa beye statistics show over into infrastructure development, any human development, any other areas. Sabri amenoka say ye bo Ghana for koko. Niye yimfoni say e breka kra atwamu Ghana for nyina if you say MPP nyere because of the propaganda the NDC was putting across. Na ye 2 futrogu Ghana for any no. And they be Ghana for any ama Ghana for any saying because the Minister of Education is showing 10 projects, educational infrastructure I put in place. And nyoma ya ewa bemu efa roads, education, agriculture. Any sa nyoma kika nyina no eno dawuro na yebo. And yaye say yeah we dey fear Mr. Mekao Jehovah Witness for no crop for no almost style of communication and I nay ye so baby abefa bia MPP for you ra dem asempatre bia ukola brem dey na wo ye ni bi no enu bi pe communication strategy no enu na ye use asabre emre kakra kai no ye di yensempa e ka kire Ghana for say tebi maso nsu atwansa say na no wabara bositie say na wo hunu yoma pa uhwe oman ni mu a atorenche mebeto ye kwan mu mpo nei MPP amanyoku o mampani bi be ka kire say so nya 2 billion a year ono de on fan free education muma minua ya ta o to twe be wi atenti go school no no mum de sabi o de be cheche cars de amali gonges no ma de dem ye de see ye de sika no be ye education e de aboa ama afia the impact of PSHS in the lives of the ordinary Ghanaian. And no na ye kai Ghana for the sabi o asansa of dia o de kire o de kire Ghana for mu de tumi ma ye say ye mehwe Ghana so ni anchicha dododo de na Ghana obi anya bi NDC amanyoko de ashomo manifesto mu so ma yi omu party constitution mu say they will harness the resources of this country to provide for the destiny of the ordinary Ghanaian. Omo timi anye hurudo wi ada sem ne ntro eno bi twa kire Ghana for and they ye bon de wuru a kire Ghana for say ye ya omo frɛ say property owning democracy ye tumi the free SHS the aba MPP amanyoko ba ban mu bia pia ye di bibi ma ordinary Ghanaian no enya so fafo NDC ba power. It is about them, the individuals, and anybody say oh my hungry for power. It's about the individual. Oba President Kufoba Bemu national health insurance. Ye chairman so Ghana ni ba biara so free universal basic education. Ye chairman so Ghana ni na biara so. Ye sa ba Bemu and Ghana for mudi to me my free SHS. Ye dia ba amana so Ghana ni ba biara so.
And are you saying say NDC Range Hospital second phase expansion no? Omo ye tama friend say maritime hospital no. Omo ye about ni anya dia so Ghana for so ana. I think how you are
not because you care about the basic things. The ordinary Ghanaian no ya do the dey sika ni na. Yes, we dey ordinary Ghanaian.
Hospital ye basic ana. Hospital.
That hospital. Beba Tobwasi. Asema mekan about developing human capital for the development of the future. When you who says here if you says here now bano e dey tina we adwuma o ye adwuma to be choba school na obana be da achi papa ma na the Ghana ye sika ni adododo de na e wo no ye dey hwe Ghana nkwala mo mu nyina ko school to become better people in the future. That is totally different. Now the
NDC e-block no me no nya part of education.
Yeah, 1 year.
Education to rural areas and not the school ni wa multi e-blocks no no. And when your education ni bia no no. Did they not invest in education?
Instead, if you are out way, who him say asem okay. Oh, can't just to please them. When you say PSHS is since got independent. Listen, now e-block and if USHS they say since independent, could even achieve this great feat that free education is what we are talking about. Say you see, Ghana near Kolebia Ubeko secondary school free. 5.2 million kids are called school free. And you think it's a joke? You think you can use this to example how they mommy the baby? You know the future of Ghana. We are transforming the whole country. Future no near can want some of ya. You care about what system. Yeah, only schools I see. Schools I see. Unprecedented in the history of Ghana. President Biaba commission 80 schools within 1 month. Do you think it's a joke? Only Bible compare mama schools so cosity no munana. Share President Ben Ghana Hanuma or say Agenda 111 or see 101 hospitals across the country. Kwame Nkrumah couldn't do it. You say a joke. If you go to your hometown, then go and find out from the DC. It's Agenda 111 and Koswa. If you government is a serious business. When the people entrust their vote, the man said, if you Branabedu or many more, it's not a joke. It's about the human being. Ghana ni no ono di kokomotia ma ono. Se koto aba no. And no sunsunso ne say, and Ghana a population of about 30 million. Now aban bia betra within a shortest possible time of 7 years. What we are educating 5.7 million kids. I'm on school free, and you think it's a joke.
It's not a joke.
Mami na wasi rere so.
NDC Christ not saying this a joke.
And you still listen. First president of the Republic of Ghana, Onukurano, 3 SHS, no Gogginsberg 10-year development planner. Okofa de Beye said Northern Region. Gogginsberg 10-year development planner. Kwame Nkrumah kofa e implemented no. E northern part plan. And they about Kwame Nkrumah geneso. Na NPP abaya ba under the hard economic circumstances, hard global economic hardship. First time under Great Depression of 1939. Ahuchire ma wiase say da. Na ban bi se ono de. Sika wanya no Ghana nyina no. O de be hwe Ghana nkwala, the youth of this country free amoma ko school free. Do you know what that means? Minimum kwala bi ana mene no ko Prempeh college. No free seshibo di. Na ne ma me no ye koko akuafo. Oba Prempeh college ye ko form 1. Form 2, Prempeh College. Me kind of Kofi Asabwa. Give me a map Prempeh College. I'm a real final year because I'm in one to ya. Oko Prempeh College those days I see Kafoma and Mami Ubekafi. And this is the reality dawning on us. I am Fanny Agrose, a idea free education Ghana man in I to Abama NPP abine because they are yet the Kwame Nkrumah to me am I yet they are buying since independence. And is a fact. Nobody can take it away from us. Say Adodankwa Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia Oma achieve one of the greatest Ghana card Eshoboto. Ghana card say yeah teacher of mine. Now what identity at the no benting. First no amount for me Oko banker it we cast for ID card bra when you be passport ba voter ID nipa ba for the age year 20 otimi identify no be 20. Now you know the kind of persons that is in the country. And they Ghana and you namwa Ghana card Kwame Nkrumah crown or first president of the Republic of Ghana crown. Which meant Ghana you put national ID. Identify with fully fingerprinted person. I don't know if you had ever when you made my NSA. Nipa bia say idea show your fingerprint. Or fingerprint and a true identity of an individual. And now call I a to your ball fingerprinter. Uninia ultimate change date of birth. And one ghost names. I was snake under NDC. Nipa 250,000 and you free my say with the taxpayers' money. And yet a good year, say a cano, it's a serious business, and this MPP government, we are serious to make sure, say, or mine we are church or Maya, and then or mine make my conkind. If you are person, and Kaun Korean, that's also yet transfer. Ubet bank, a trump bank, best 4 hours. It's an so be the secret for but if you are poor, send me $50. No, my cotton bank, Mamia Brewana, me cook Masia. Na mamia prewati kumasietu meba so say make some of the achievements MPP abaya realities on people's life breakdown NDC so say property almost the socialist political party, a socialist political party that does not care about the welfare of the ordinary Ghanaian people. They don't care about any about the Ghanaian lifestyle and whatever will benefit society. They don't care. And one say, oh, will I break you?
There be mom now any break here and I'm better your point so that we can move on. Your courageous no. Okay. Also remember mom line in a break here, but Solomon Cancer Johnny was also a senior a politician or not a former NDC director of communication. So good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah. What are there?
Yeah.
Good. Mami, from where you sit as somebody who is a senior meaning politics election no calculate an our banana.
Okay.
Election no who calculate an our gutana. I read it. Election no calculation how ya nana.
Some way, some.
After 12 days now, 12 days in no train, and I didn't have a calculator so soon. Calculation done, I know.
I the can you bet ya Ghana for na ye Ghana for so we are here for Nina. So immediately after the American election, the world threw their minds and eyes on that of Ghana. Until Ghana yen election baby ya koduna yen na sisi a wiase nyina wo hwe baby a ya abato obekọ yeto abawia nyama obesi na nyama na dinti ama yema ya politics for quite a time no. We are tempted to wean ourselves from partisan politics, then wear the cloth of Ghana to make sure that there discussions are at the end of the day no about Ghana for baby. At the end of the day no, we will choose Ghana but not individuals.
Okay.
In the section, memo some semblance of Ghana's politics and that of America. And
Okay.
in America no, Democrats were careful and what guy my friend then
Kamala
Harris to embark on a global tour for LGBTQ. Tell you that is one of the major setbacks. Because Americans, for all that people will say about them, no, there's one thing about Americans: they believe in God, and so they believe in some of the issues are godly, and they are highly conservative. About to use democracy, that they are in that laws be, but the what the special. Auntie Kamala Harris is part of that crown. She was making huge gains because Tama Biden bow out her bed. She made about 8 percentage points recovery on Trump at one point equal at 1.02 Trump.
How is that similar to Ghana, Diano?
Yeah, I remember. But one thing went and Kamala just came crumbling about you are the wrong place when somebody mentioned Jesus Christ. You understand? It tells you that the Trump campaign had strategists who were reading the soft spots and the weaknesses of Kamala. When him there, if they are able to get one out of her numerous challenges now, it will be the kill.
Trump will go for next share that man. It's possible someone will share that man.
That is politics for you. Mind you, the American population is made up of 2/3 non-indigenous Americans. And you are aware, you are there. And these are people who don't like voting. But this time around, look at how the American vote turnout became.
Okay. And so Ghana, you have to relate it to Ghana. Ghana, yes. So there was a religious issue, I say Christians, Muslims, there were LGBT issues in that.
There were a very huge religious buffer. Both parties are struggling to take hold on. And Tubasha, Vice President Baumia started fraternizing with the Christian community. And former President John Dramani Mahama also didn't turn his back on his stronghold. Because Mahama is a Christian, Baumia is a Muslim. You understand? And Baumia started there, all Kochapu Nadia. Not a woman there, it was a gimmick. At the end of the day, no, it is the Christian community who passed that judgment, not you, the politician. Only one of the.
That means I want to conclude, mommy. Who took advantage of which one? Did Baumia take advantage of going to and did Muhammad take advantage of going to mosque to woo the Muslims?
No. You see, the NDC is stronger at the Islamic communities more than the Christian communities. Mind, in 1992, when we're entering democratic era now, there was a serious infractions between Chairman Rawlings transiting to become a President Rawlings. When he made a statement there, I don't fear God, but I respect God. Some politicians created a mischief out of that. And to be a banter between Christian leadership
and Muslims.
Now, when you go to history, Kwame Nkrumah had the Christian community.
Okay.
But the opposition fought it and created a whole lot of myths, Kankanyame, whatever. Then immediately Nkrumah left the scene. They hijacked the Christian communities.
Okay.
And today, a Christian for 70, 80 they are more treated towards the MPP. The Catholic leadership, the Methodist, the Anglican, and what have you, mostly the Orthodox, then the Charismatic. Particularly, they are led by, excuse my language, Cree-speaking people. Now, Cree-speaking people, so they have a certain challenge with Rawlings, what has to do with a very golden rule of a NDC law 111 about inheritance. We have here Santini, and then review of a second.
Now, I can't see now.
Mr. Santini, a Trini, a Cani. Name that inheritance was a bonanza for a certain group of people.
I think that's not the issue. The issue was more about revolution time, no? The people were attacked.
Revolution never comes and I'm for Harry JJ.
But a lot of people too fell victims, and most of the business people. No,
those who fell victims, a calculation now. No one drew those who hailed the revolution.
No, did they hail the revolution genuinely? And now they were forced to hail the revolution reluctantly.
No, they were forced. In the revolution in 1979, you see, it was even Ghanaians who were calling for the blood, let the blood flow. University lectures.
No blood, no. So I disagree with that one. No.
I'm going to end my argument. Let's look at the basic facts.
Okay.
If you read a speaker, Michael Kweni Buka, it will tell you all the facts. But you see, the NDC does not hold on to that strength. NDC had not been consistent to the extent that at a point, NDC and the chairman and the founder, Rawlings Krano, we were at loggerheads. To the extent that in 2016 going, Rawlings was seen as someone who was always fantastic. So, back to 2020, back to 2024. 2024 is one of the finest contested elections in the history of Ghana, where the two major contenders are not trading insult at each other. That is one of their strengths and their golden issues emerging out of the 2024 elections. But getting to the tail end, NDC is suffering from a rule Ghanaians have long outlawed, that you cannot verbally assault somebody that Ghanaians will hail you. And the them and Honto commentary has come at a time. I will advise my party and this we have to quadruple our effort to try and nip that in the bud and erase it from the minds of
That's the advice.
Particularly people of Ashanti region. Because
because I think for a couple of years now, people have been seeing say in echo.
Many researcher of high repute, but prevailing issues you need to comment on. Atmosphere. Kufuor is ranked third in Ashanti region. One, God. Second, Asante Hini. Third, Kufuor. In Ashanti region.
I see. I don't know who's
just do a simple focus group survey. You hit and stand up. You understand? Because most Asantis felt Kufuor's impact. This is one thing you can never erase it from Asante region. And if you want to know one major issue, say Bibi and Koya ma NDC from Asante region, NDC should blame that event.
The lad them asem no kwan wo.
There's another boy called Sami Wonto.
Yeah, me who sa video no so.
Fantastic. Now,
but so not to boss and say and also NDC about the condemn it. Is that not enough? And now you think they should do more?
That is why I'm in my suggest there. NDC should change the face of the campaign in Asante region. Replace some hardline sour-mouth campaigners and bring in calm, demeanor, respectable Asante indigenes.
So no can no fancy mommy breaking it down man fancy no for nanti de ekoso.
Once time mofoma one year din wakasa and dinimu no one fan kofo a wakasa da form wo wenyim nyam wo buo wo Asante region going into the last campaign. Now one try to obetum now recover a sudden lost grounds. Atmosphere. If yeah, it's also bad. Alan, through President Kufuor's encounter with the media, no, Alan Chamantin, when Jinaye, no so, waka ye bibi man Kufuor, Sana Kufuor crown support Alan. Because if yeah, there were some Akan or Asante Tree fundamentalists or extremists or everyone then
defectors
anti-nordness. You know it. There, me got my tenny. Those group, they were the backbone of Alan's strength in Asante region.
Okay.
But the more group, was also hold President Kufuor as their second god. Until for Alan to engage or try to show emotions as President Kufuor, Alan so will lose about 80 to 90% of the
base there was Ashanti region, no?
I tell you.
Wow.
Until strategically.
And they said, oh, I'm about comfortable lead in Ashanti region.
You can see that immediately after President Kufuor's media encounter, Asante started bubbling for Bawumia. And the NPP also cashed in on that. And they caused Bawumia to stay in Asante region over 14 days.
Yeah.
If you want to hear then, okay. No, you want to pay Akufo-Addo see then, okay, count. And what now?
Nina Ashanti region, yeah.
Asante region, Korea, because NPP fee there, 1 year, 175 plus. It's a serious political weapon for them. Now, over the whole country, if you are MPP, will lose speakership or parliament from my senses, and they plunge seriously into parliamentary work. The more that you won't call lose speaker. And the main serious parliamentary work na MPP the main election presidential naturally non-chair NDC war
comfortable lead
as of April this year. Atmosphere. But I don't know what happened. Bawumia has done enough recoveries. Now, after 2024, or your election that NDC ordinarily should not lose. Because we have a Ghana for change over season. Because from 1992 Lebanon, every 8 years, party biara wa bambia or lose. And to acquire their series and sequence. Into 2000, MPP took over. 2008, NDC took over. 2016, MPP took over. So if we are going by that series and sequence, then 2024, NDC should take over. Atmosphere. Now, what are the challenges? All my take over and only a difficult kakra. It is not out of the way, but the MPP has staged a serious work to retain. Now, a Jumana MP for why are in twofold? One on parliamentary, one on presidential. Menoka say MPP for 7 major campaign teams, then smaller campaign groupings. Menoka Sisiala. Canada, Japan. It's on a solo campaign mission.
On Central.
On your Central, he is going to strategic constituencies. I will feed there. Why we mean, but they needed a booster, and Shabaumia cannot go to those constituencies. Their national chairman is in Bono, and he has never left there. He comes to Accra only for this thing, for
meetings,
more engagement.
Wow.
They have a strong 7 campaign teams and numerous manifesto implementation campaign teams. So is the NDC. NDC saw about 5 strong campaign teams and some underground intelligence works are warrior. That is why I have termed 2024 election there. It is one of the finest competitive elections in the history of this country.
But so what happened about me closely Gabano? Because like I said, as far you according to your analysis, April NDC were comfortable lead. So with 5 campaign teams, why is NDC not able to maintain the lead? What is happening?
I have not said the NDC is not maintaining the lead.
Okay.
And to me, professional analysis, I don't want to bring in my bias.
NDC color. Okay.
Yes.
Very well.
I might be kind of catch out there. This election, ordinarily, is an NDC election. And it's still an NDC election. Now, sir, what the parliamentary dynamics are? I are troubling. Speaker Babin, the first person to clock consistency in Parliament from 1992 to 2020. And what? And if you are, say Chairman Sabonsu and Babin at different intervals, Collins Dowda at different intervals. Collins Dowda 1992 to 2000, and Olusi no some by 2004. In total, Parliament one term.
One term, yeah.
You understand? So Collins Dowda is 7-time MP. Say Chairman Sabonsu 7-time MPP. MP 1996 to date. Collins Dowda 1992, but exited 2000 and came back. Correct. Then Canada, Japan, and Katie Hammond are the next in line. They are the 2 senior most who have gone to Parliament successfully
from 2000.
From 2000. That's the 3rd Parliament. Now, Eba Haruna Drisu, Muntaka, and others. I want to know where the 5th Parliament. Then Eba Bioma Baba Toboa, Ato Forcing, and others. Also, they are the 4th. Then Afanyo Markin and others. They are also 3rd, going to 4th. Because Afanyo came on board in 2012, 2016, and 2020. He is in his 3rd Parliament. And to Winnie, 2024, I know I call the 4th Parliament. But if you say, I not tell the attrition rate in Ghana's Parliament, it said that in 2025, we will have only Collins Dowda as the only person who is in Parliament from the beginning.
From the NDC time, on the NDC side.
From 1992 to date. It's not coming.
Okay, yeah. So he'll be the senior most person.
Fantastic. Katie Hammond will be the next. if he should win, you understand? Then Haruna and Co will follow. And he,
It will point in the same, will point in the same, meaning baby, go there.
A democracy without persons having institutional memory to guide us from the Parliament of Ghana to serve as a guide and also a mentor up and coming MPs. And the young Parliament bargaining grounds rather than monitoring and evaluation office. Because MPs ought to monitor and evaluate governance and take decisions that will benefit the ordinary Ghanaian. Okay. But here we are. We're at secondary school. Every year, we are home on coffee. And my friend, shut up.
But on the NDC is guilty of that. You took that experienced people from the leadership. From NDC side.
You don't need only leaders to serve as a strong parliamentarians of institutional memory to help put executive on their toes.
Okay.
Don't need this thing, even though that one is a dent that we just have to let it be because you see, today Manchester City was a wonderman. The coach, but sometimes Yankopon or use every means to tell man that you are not immortal, you are mortal. You have your ups and downs. I mean, Yankopon, when you become all-knowing, all-strong, God comes in to break you down.
Okay. It is so. Would this affect the majority and the minority in our parliament, Nana, in the coming elections? The number of seats are because now it's 137, with Formula in the middle. Will it change anything?
Assembly owner, MPP has been strategic when it comes to choosing parliamentary candidates, or when they have a parliamentary candidate, how they position that parliamentary candidate. That's myself. The parliamentary candidates are effective, are resourceful. He becomes somewhere, somehow, the grounds guy into honor of well presidential vote. Because president don't need constituency. Now, the current state of affairs in Ghana's politics today is that the NDC has assumed a certain stronghold of MPP, and MPP has also assumed a certain stronghold of NDC. Since the economic, when you are assessing elections on economic grounds, all metropolitan, cosmopolitan, and urbanized communities in Ghana, they are becoming somewhere, somehow hostile towards the MPP.
Yeah.
But they feel economic harsh situations more than the MPP. Anybody. But this has been a very well-known stronghold of MPP.
Of MPP. It's a greater courage as they say, I caught it, NDC, no.
So you see, Obia, near Pedro Jano. Now on him say, now some year than your panayere chow. And what? And Obia, or you in no copan so on so says here no ye for our reno. Atasha. Anna. Only point on there, I call Pedro Jam into Miss Milko, ware. Nay, no, no, one must make off. And now the MPP has moved to the
NDC stronghold. MPP for the moment born around this stronghold.
Yes, with developmental agenda as a
tool.
The rural community.
It's in Omoya commissioning of project left, right, center. No.
Anti Sabasha election say here MPP. Wabaha again on northern region. Upper East, Upper West.
Okay.
Bono East.
Northern region.
Upper East, Upper
East. West. And Abono region.
Western North.
Western North.
OT.
Okay.
Atasa. They will not win there.
But they will make gains.
They will worry NDC there. Atasa. Then NDC. And so worry MPP or Eastern.
Eastern.
Yes. Part of Ahafo and Bono.
Okay.
Because see, where you have urbanized community, the NDC will make gains at every urbanized community. And so when you go to Bono regions, actually, yeah, Brekuma, I crocasi. Doma, I crocasi. I one fear.
When those places.
Tunyai, and what have you. But these are NDC NPP strongholds. So NDC will also make some gains there as to whether the NDC can move from disturbing to victory.
And you see another thing.
Another thing. The same thing the MPP super Upper West, Upper East, Northern region, and then Savannah. Okay. As to whether they can also worry to the point of victory. But the underlying factor, parliamentary dynamics are very, very, very unpredictable. Into our parliamentary candidate or highly resourceful, the likelihood of that candidate winning the parliamentary is very, very high. And so when you do the assessment, now which party has a resourceful parliamentary candidate will tell you who is leading in the parliamentary.
Okay. Now, what's the ground now between NDC and MPP?
Monsiwa Maka the men be some.
Matthias, Basolo. Okay, you point.
What's also in water region today? In water, MPP is trying so hard to get a certain percentage of vote. If the MPP should get more than 15% in water region, they will create a havoc in Ghana.
Because the last recent time who shows they are around 14%.
Okay. NDC has also targeted Ashanti. Should NDC also get between 24-27%, they are also good to go. Okay. Say actually, the whole atmosphere now. People are looking at numbers, and people are also looking at responses from the ordinary Ghanaian. And the last thing I want to advise every Ghanaian that the main election Yanko be that in the history of this country.
Yanko be that.
Me say Yanko be that.
Okay, Yanko be that.
You facing the main election situation, and then the two candidates are coming from the same community. You understand? Okay. The North ordinary was NDC's stronghold. The outcome of the election from the North has a consequence on the elections in the South. Two, I've said that around this time, me catch the last time there, any political party that doesn't have the political stamina are getting to the end. One guard and guide and control responses may find itself wanting.
And that's on that basis now, NDC Futo say, control conform Kasa in Ashanti region and possibly change the leadership.
Around this time, no political party can afford any campaign setback commentary.
Okay.
Particularly parliamentary. Hey, parliamentary candidate Biala Obel Maveba Daria Biala is on his way home or way home.
Okay. So now what about national there because this week my whole project MPP for year back to back. What does it mean? Now what NDC opposition, obviously they cannot do any project. But what the response of NDC to some of these projects, any other first and foremost, what is the reason behind MPP for year back to back? Is it the same as the Amoya 2016, Anna? Is it a strategy to just divert attention, to calm people down, to respond to undecided voters, Nana?
On that strategy and unplanned program, they are different. And you have to view at what the MPP is doing. If there's any strategic angle to what they are doing, then they are going to create a problem.
But from your experience, why do you think they are doing that? Ground and I said diversionary tactics.
There will be some question about the NDC NPP. I mean, you are because I might commit anti-party conduct.
Okay.
The NDC.
Okay.
Okay. But I am only demonstrating my knowledge in
politics.
And the market out there. And you know the first time an MP before what crossed the 40% mark was 2000, the third election in Ghana. Even when they were a great alliance, they got 39.6. Now MPP crossing 40%, the lowest MPP came was 47.
And they have not gone below that before.
In 2012. The NDC's lowest has been 44.4.
And
on 3 occasions, 2000, 2004, and 2016. For you to size the two political parties, be it an organizer of a political party or a sympathizer or whatever, you have to approach this election with a technical mind. Both the NDC and MPP. That's why I make a sure there. 2024 is an election Ghana has never encountered. Yen share the election will be done.
Okay. So
this is the only election. The sitting vice president, who is a candidate, is always speaking to issues. The former president, who is also a candidate, is also always speaking to what? Issues. Anybody who strays from the issue based into personality attack, you will lose the Ghanaian voter. Because that is what the Ghanaian voter has made to know.
Yeah.
That if you want to lead this country, come to the drawing board with your
issues. And maybe perhaps that is why Free SHS is working small for MPP phone, because they said they all kind of issue after issue after issue. And they are forced everybody to talk about issues.
I wanted to let me save my breath. It was the commentary in 2017 that has hunted the NDC up to date. But there is another option that the NDC has embarked on. Now NDC accepts that the Free SHS has come to stay. And that given the opportunity, when they come, they do it and do it better.
And even at Free University first year.
NDC have that track record. In health insurance, when NDC promised one-term health insurance and they came and couldn't do it, they were able to establish the national health insurance where when you leave Jakobu to Bekwai, you can't go back to Jakobu for health care, but you can take health care at Jakobu in those days. Now free Jacobu ko be kwa akodi dwa na o yare a obesan ko Jacobu ansa otumi akọ hospital.
Why is that?
That was the mutual health insurance days.
Okay.
And that is something when you raise it, the MPP will use every blood to let you know that it's not true. And they were able to do it to the latter. If my advice to the average Ghanaian is that election is about trading of ideas. So don't kill yourself.
Yamaba.
But engage, because you see, you know, in Exodus 14:13, Tama Egypt from Wabana. Is that what you see? Most of them go so, them go for one. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Then in Exodus 14:14, it said, "Wait upon the Lord." And what? Then 14:15, no. Nyakupon catch him was there. Mumbai and Ponano. Get closer to the sea and stretch forth the rod. Anambwa. And if you don't make effort, there's no way you can win.
Okay. But so let me put you on some because I know the last minute 12 days usually.
Pazolo, let's say, Opati, na Pazolo, Opati, say, Mori, Muana, Mori, Mu.
Accident.
That's it. Pazolo, Mizibu Party, Mori, Timuana.
And I tell I will never say NDC. I will send a phone call.
They be also no back can see a papa.
Anyway.
That Teddy kind of yeah.
Ma no free mo NDC now consider me mamu.
That you be ampamuno.
So papa no.
That we don't know
games
no be ampamu. That be that one walk away. Bitano.
Today we have we have an election to win, and that is where we are working towards. Here we are. Ada obenya kwenya na mini solo ya transfer your postmortem of Funka Games.
But now me busa wade we dey solo analysis awaye no. And now as a researcher, as academia, I want to say he's gone back to
a very intelligent young man. Now I don't know why the NDC has ignored this gentleman, because you know what? He's an asset. I'm telling you, this man or a diabolically good diabolically good, politically smart, and intellectually intelligent. Or can in some officer grown but to be a propaganda secretary of a ruling party at that time for a long time is a great guy. Now, we are leaving no stone unturned. NPP, as at the moment, and I can tell you, said Dr. Bawumia, we are winning Ahafo region. We are winning Ashanti region. We are winning Bono region. We are winning Eastern region. We are winning Western region. We are winning Northeast. And we are winning Central region. Mark my words. I told you the other time.
Central region. You almost lost Central region last election.
We are winning Central region. We are winning Central region. God is on our side. We are winning Central region. And I'm telling you, if you have mentioned these regions to you, so we are winning. We are winning Ahafo region.
Okay.
We are winning Ahafo region. We are winning Almighty Ashanti region by 78%. We are winning Ahafo. We are winning we are winning Eastern region. We are winning Western region. We are winning Baumia's hometown of East. And we are winning Central region.
Not just a greater
what they are.
NDC greater Accra region than
No, Greater Accra, the difference at the moment is almost about 400,000, 350,000 difference between we and NDC. Initially, we're talking about the elitist people in Greater Accra who think that the dollar is playing a role, and some of them are not happy. And I have to be honest with you, Zefia, that is what is going to happen. In Savannah region, our votes are going to appreciate because we are looking at the vote margin with the NDC strongholds. At this time around, we have a northerner coming in to challenge it will measure votes, you know, and NDC nyana wide margin is going to close with Bawumia as a candidate. You are looking at Upper East and then some part of the voter region. Voter region, we are coming closer. Northern region, we are coming closer. Blue East, we are coming closer. And you know, when you look at the total margin, if I'm telling you, say, we are not going less than 50.9%. Even when the push come to the show, we are winning this election by 50.9% of the total vote.
Eastern region, because Solo can say NDC Eastern region, they are doing fantastic work in Eastern region.
If yeah, Eastern region is a traditional area for the NPP, and majority of the areas are they are NDC for working hard. They are strongholds in the Eastern region. But when it comes to our base, NPP, our base, that is, we are trying to strategically energize our base. So if you are base, you know, Eastern region, you know, almost about 85% of the Eastern region voters, you know, majority of them are going to vote for the NPP because of the massive infrastructure, because of the free SHS, because of the digitalization agenda of Dr. Bawumia, and looking at the future. And you know, most of them, no traditional votes, because the Zongo community, we are going after the Zongo community and the traditional non-account areas as well. So we are looking at the margins and we are going for all out. And I'm telling you, say Nyankopon more vote them. The President Kofuatema floating voters, you know, a fan a fu pa as abre, you know, a 10-year akoso, a boy ye bazo mampeni, suma, Kevin Taylor, nano utu for or Tiko Koso, Nana utu say last week I told you, no, Kevin Taylor. Listen, the other time I told you, say, you can't say what. Example, with the videos to be best and do. Say, recently, who told you, say, me what evidence? Who can say, me what evidence? Me the evidence, who must have the evidence? Me what evidence? Listen, so far, if you want to dare me, me, I will send you an information of Western Union money transfer and wiring of money through bank to banker. Your dear Koma Kevin Taylor, through certain people account to Kevin Taylor every month. What are you talking about? You're from NDC propaganda. And what are you talking about? So listen, me want evidence. That's what I'm talking. Me talking with evidence.
Ghana for the decided
it has a so say kotokohinity the baby na ya bono pa say o medi di kotokohina tem o 214 baby no nya hwe president kupoti on my date evidence o person there me and next week for me bra here the evidence I don't joke with that
deciding elections into
the it is one and our woman intro can those issues say those factors about
but my body because I don't want some names on this platform. They didn't want my body on this platform. Okay, if I'm not too big a platform,
and I make us say it's not about that. It's not about say me body, but these names are being sponsored by a political party. Are we serious? Also, about say if 6 years, 7 years, any dear before Temoha near fire who knew Puma. It's a idea. We are going to explain our policies to the people of Ghana. we have a serious work to do at this moment. And what I'm telling you is that Ghanaians are serious people, and we want a party that believes that Saudi Abanu go promote manwa obebuawo amwetimi wa hu ye here timi akonkan enya 10 years here ko sponsor mrantie bi so omumra be di mpanifo atem krum ha na sebi mpanifo omabo omubra ye ni di atem. No, that is not what we are saying. Did I make a choice here? The dynamics
you monye 24 sir mebo enti na say am fa no to
what is a flag bearer? What is a flag bearer? Did you be at him? What is a flag bearer?
Mama tap yo kute ya nkofo ya na onum say mo na mo start that propaganda mo hu crap ni muda
mama that you are making a mistake. Efia mama musa wasem mama alcoholic issue on one can adio mama no one can adio go and read his book. So Debbie Beba, so what's it? Listen, Efia, meba mpacho. With all due respect,
we have no evidence.
Oh, Efia meka sabu mama kan wie. What kind of book? My first coup d'etat book. Go and read page 129. Go and read 129. So, may say, and let me read a portion for you. Why are you? Go to Amazon and go and get the book. My first coup d'etat book.
Don't read anything.
Or say, let me read for you. Page 129. Or say, on no na down for Ezra. Ebra no more tamale. Ofisaka ko disco. Oko disco. On na down for no funny papa car. No man ko rinsa no mapo. No ma befie. Me, I've never taken alcohol in my life. I swear. Asema me cannot say. Asema ye can alcoholic issue. Mahama no can my first food that. Alcoholic is a problem for him. Or see, alcoholism is a problem for him.
Alcoholic, the medical.
What kind of book? What kind of book?
Doesn't mean say they already alcoholic.
It is not important to me. It's not important to me. Unalcohol say your microphone be cassette. Unalcohol say your microphone be cassette. No one alcohol. I didn't raise it. We are not interested in Muhammad's alcoholism. Because we are winning this election. Dr. Bawumia is a clean leader. Nobody has said so. That's a meet you.
Last minute, more back to back. What is the rationale behind it? A formal campaign, we said, okay, it's a more comfortable leader. What predicts 50.9?
NDC Amanyoko initially, and Ghana ha a chan troche Ghana for say Ghana NPP by Muyaneri. So what strategy I said be uno as the Tiabana Jugro money of Mubia Pumache to them. And Tronia who Casam Nyoma ye catch Ghana for no strategy. They say we will prove to every Ghanaian say I try NDC for a touch them. Mama Semo Yare short memories. It at the dying minute, we will prove to every Ghanaian say we have done better than his administration. We've done better, 2 million times better than the NDC when you entrusted the destiny of this country in our hands. And no bini projects are ebino ye unveil these projects for the ordinary Ghanaian to see. Say, the Kokromoti Mount say, ya aba amount bra. Na beye juma fabra po Ghana po a. Obeye juma papa ma Ghana po so no atwa o so no ya boa. Etino, the rationale behind this say we want the ordinary Ghanaian to see say governance is a serious business. MPP are buying, we are transforming the country and we are moving the country from that stone age level of John Mahama Green Book lies of telling people say changing lives and transforming people. Now they are shame Green Book. Maybe school dine yes you know 31st December women's movement the dine ya ko painting ho near the abetu green book mu ekwan da dodo pepper so say aye obekọ no na kana zuri ye na esu nyina tutu. We are not that kind of leadership. Leadership that osia oye odi tumi manual obekire wo se adwuma a wodi ama no obeye na somfaso aba ama Ghana ni ba bia nya somfaso eno na Ghana fo anya gidi a ahonkeka na cha ase change enami nya ahe miensa etituru fo mo Ghana ha se otu bemba eti de mo ye pa nie ena na muntimi mo ho da wuro na se na asansa ofa de a wode che
na ba na mo kwa de to say the fact say mo aka mo ye project back to back na muntumi ka kwa che say more communication problem.
No, it's not a communication. If you have a communication problem, I totally disagree with you. I totally disagree with you. It's about analysis of evil of propaganda. So somebody is trying to throw dust in the eyes of people. Say propaganda na yonkro for enya de pese e kanu kre no da e chenko for sadi we blue NDC for na gaye project o ma ye etse de ya anka wa hwa nka mu nyina motu Africa na ha. And that is propaganda and embellishment and Goebbelian strategy of propaganda. That's the what they do, the squealer type of propaganda, black to white. And we are not good at that, and I agree with you on that. But when it comes to the reality, say Juma, yanko communicated can no kwabrane beka chiro say NPP for nya she omunye project she. And I also blame some of the media. The media being the fourth estate of the realm.
It's about
that. It's about nation building. It's about nation building. Listen. Who told you that? That is that. I'm not saying that. No.
Don't come to the media.
No. I'm not saying that. Maybe I'll draw a conclusion. I'm going to you're wrong. Me say the media is supposed to be the fourth estate of the realm. Say you building 35 routes. Since independence, now road deficit and increase here. The onus lies on the media to report the truth for the people of Ghana to know. And yet,
you give us information.
If you say all the media houses, so it's all about say NDC NPP, we can draw. Apart from some of you, a few people are we to draw people on the line. Count here, or can draw because where we are now, we have a candidate. That is what is happening, and that is where the problem is. The media being the fourth estate of the realm and ignorantly ignoring the realities on the ground. When you watch Al Jazeera, CNN, any other here, apart from what the politicians say, they go behind the scenes and check whether these facts are true or not. Achievements we can agree with you. Who agree with you 100%. Say who if you how can we get it? No crano on our car. Obiani uni waje NDC for NDC can say
it said they all come on this media issue. I mean, it's clear that most of these projects in the last 4 years since I was starting, it wasn't there in 2017, it wasn't there in 2018.
We've done a lot of projects. We are 2020 manifesto. All the projects I achieved here within the first year is there. Now the second phase after COVID, year projects. We are trying to make sure that Agenda 111 is one of the projects that we envisage that Dr. Baumia Daya or so all the district hospitals in case of emergency. Then you Raman a said, prosecute Agenda 111. As soon as one abeya and they Ghana for Babette. When you look at the transportation sector, electric buses here, and they call launch here and truck drivers in the near future, electric car buses. It is going to transform the country. When you go to Tanzania, when you go to Kenya, other countries, which are transport system now they compare Ghana. And yeah, be a sunny. It transform Ghana and then address system here, Juma. Ghana card here, Juma. Drones, Juma. The power sector is going to improve. The importation is going to be good. Mahama cotton, habo, ediman profo and Wusika, Ghana, ye tria ne, Ubiko Unioma or habo, and one travel more idea mayan. And then you see a bar bayano, flat rate, duty flat, more than Togo. enu na di ahohanhane beba Ghana. Good for all you.
Question. Oh, to need an question. Say ground, yeah. A bush on steroids, yeah. Moshe back to back. Moye project back to back. Ground 100%. Because 2020 campaign, more running is say. If
you are the catch on say MPP, you see the worry crap pen or cast very control begin. Ah, Yancha body be a bush bena. Since independent, President Ben Wabegina and our Ben Abegina Simpioso, I shall walk our political campaign platform who appear for crowd him say politicians be I can't tell my so. I net 3 SHS at Daruma, Ghana for any GDO yemu. Na Yabuso Shabwa. Yari crapping, yes, you're very quarter OGH. Bosha ye changing and ye baby so. Ben so, ye perceive a Ghana for any that's what said. A no. Ebi chepi ahemfuchini ebi didapiechi na imobu papa ede ni swadi hu papa under the leadership of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia esrebu sejata a wono de on constituency so mu ansan waham o se oba obema Ghana duty aye free yenuanu ma waboso kan yenuanu ma wo ejom Kumasi jom enoma tidene oti as a free SHS mahama ba obetwam waka so on your 2 billion on Franco ye free SHS. That is my reason. And don't doubt me. They say as some make county say if you have a president who could not implement free SHS, now ye free SHS near facing problems. No bad on Timeka so on your 2 billion on Franco ye free SHS. It means so about obecham. If you is a fact, say NDC bar obecham. What would say free SHS no? Eto banfa so ma Ghana for agiatum wa ankoka bibi anche Ghana for say Mahama say it's a whimsical promise of a desperate politician. Say be practice free SHS. Ni be fa Ghana sika. E di atwe Ghana. One several reasons. Omo ye advert in kwa makomako 45. And then Ghana for nyintum say advert bebreba NDC for ye no TV so radio so nyina e ya tro because omo ye bi that free SHS. Omo ye advert in kwa 45. Se kwatre obema ntuma atienidi na ye kofa sika wo he ene ye de ababa be ye free SHS. Ene Ghana for it tells you they are consistently inconsistent and they cannot be trusted. Ebiasi da wo afia kufuor time omo anka so meye one time premium. Nye una na wo report to ma Adom FM. Na da wo rafi eya aka mo obi ante. Ye the national health insurance. Ya koda dwene ho. Afia NPP da ye koda dwene ho aye bibi papa. Ebe bua Ghana for abrabo. Ya koda dwene ho aye de aba. No ma be gina simpio so ese odun ketia. O se enye papa. Na omo de one time premium beba. Eba na dane 419. Ya di drone eba Ghana edi enyoma ene examination papers na drone edi ko enkrase. Even election results papers he be beko drone de beko if ya hanabisu beka che Ghana for say the drone ko hwe ma se be ma ho ewo adwaye now nti kroma e na omo bekan yes 2 billion house okay opa gugu 2 billion house isi wo ya omo pe ho aba betene ya omo ani abre omo anya de nyame de be ma omo ne be ma omo kire ko omo anu asem omo see eho eye baby a yede ma sebi eyifo me pese meka one thing one asem dubli after president Kufuor NDC
na poultry farm there no
political party that cannot be trusted. Any good thing be about Ghana bia umbe rise against it, they will kick against it, and eventually they will come and tell you it's Ghana for who they read in between the lines and they know which political party has the best interest of the ordinary Ghanaian people, and they know say national health insurance NPP na de bae metro mass transport NPP na de bae
hello Uzu network na error me ya pass last minute say because person man for join but I think also to be fair I think 2 projects our can national health insurance NDC and cancel almost twice so from where MPP you left off metro mass MPP NDC for so the ayalolo at the better so it wasn't the best expansion NDC for year the bombe to us. Say the kind of any at you. And to me, free SHS will be or bears or back cancer. Now, so you're on to me. Now, I got the idea. So, I mean, and that's why NDC and Catalia Koshim says, oh, may expand in Akosi University because they know that they cannot cancel it. I'm can see any on Betchiam. They just can't cancel it. So, hello, solo network article. Well, MZ, and you know, fire do James and go for person network in your own about Papuna. Mumi and Nina network article. They only Ghana do elections here. Internet is a weapon. They do elections at internet, everything, a weapon. Oh, fire baby, and then you panels of fire baby to meet the network and say, I'm on Casa baby because so long about Papuna, fire too much in the air. I'll say a Titimo network. When my head manager, what happens in elections. The network, like I told baby, near collective resource now. Obifiana resource them con ye, I can't to me doom can away. Shenanigans been on where's a miss. But my connecting very soon. I'm the moon. I'm a yakako. Obi one man. You busa some of the questions. I should have play what we call in journalism the devil's advocate. Ain't it? Because NDC is not here now about Papo fire community. I can ask some questions and play that devil's advocate. But of course, Munko journalism school, then Montemas, Indiana, and if you're NDC, you learn that in school. What I say, don't worry. Nyamoni and a course school. Sometimes we're doing this. If you're poker speaking for NDC, I'm not. These are legitimate questions that have to be asked. What I say, because I alolo NDC yalolo. The fact is there. And I'm going to branding now. Or you cover 3.9 million for just branding now. Asema Minister Jifativo resigning on it election of a free money. Sometimes some things are factual. So if we can have, you need to add it so that people have a balanced view of the facts. Enoch, be there and keep thinking that we will still vote for you in the name of free SHS. Okay. Well, because only there and our candidates. If you are disingenuous, well, I agree. Sometimes I have to be. NPP couldn't win 2020 elections, and you are here. Well, don't insult anybody. Be civil, be nice, be decent, and be respectful. And the fact that one supporting NDC doesn't mean that you have to come and insult them. That is a very Madame will be brought for because it's villagetic. That's a very villagetic way of analyzing the issue. Just a wagon so potassium must be no sensible person will vote. Well, if you add that as your preamble, I will not read your message because election is about choice. It's not about sensibilities. And because we'll be great to make the ordono eto about the no offer. Well, let's say go vote to me to Abamani because of a 10 gram way brony no offer. It doesn't mean say it's senseless. It's their preference. Until I say to me, Koshipo. Also, now we'll make a point to be now line at Tekoye. Now, make last minute more strategy be for 12 days. No, the minimum sound never be our own.
You don't expect us to tell you our strategy when it comes to those things. And it's between party and the top echelons and the party people. But what we are saying is Juma Papa. Ghana for Aji Yensema ye can afina be any futura NDC for to go amount for Ghana for the impact on the ordinary Ghanaian. So Papa Ghana for Enya the development agenda Kufuado Baumia government they are living witness and they are seeing it. Anywhere you go across the country, planting for food and jobs, as you about creating job opportunity, for any increment of almost about 80 to 90% increment in their cocoa.
Again, internet no and a shaky sano. I don't know why he's doing that.
Ghana for Nankasa are benefiting from these development of infrastructure, roads, any idea about interchanges across the country, Tamale, other places are coupled with educational and so on. The next phase is to change the paradigm shift and follow first industrial revolution, third, second, Africa, benefit. Dr. Baumia say the fourth industrial revolution, we can't miss it. We need to join the bandwagon by following the digital agenda digitalization and they obiti India, Calcutta. Now oye business New York. That's on the stroke of the internet, sitting at the back of the computer and doing business. And this is the kind of the new paradigm shift that we are talking about. And Dr. Bawumia say, and no nebebwa, ama joblessness and many youth in this country. Who call me my train UK all my life. And it's all about the private sector. Or CNA, or the Sikadoso Puo Baba share the private sector. And I was so happy when Dr. Bawumia said that. Say, any leader biana will need all fishing biana. The private sector is what expand the Ghanaian economy. When you just oppose that to Abaya or say or 24-hour economy, but he doesn't believe in the private sector. Abaya won't believe in the private sector, but he want to. Most Uko Soho Square, now call Repaban, now call your friend is New York, Times Square. All these Ukraine practice 24-hour economy, Mahama, and Troche Ghana. They don't do 24-hour economy. But majority of them make sure say they are all private sector and they work tirelessly for the economic development of the country. What I'm saying is it's very important. Say and Bawumia say Ghana, your electricity bill, even though Mahama time the electricity bill echo high do almost 88 to 90%, you know. And then say reduce the price of electricity, you know, and then you know, or be shifted into solar. Solar no be more power to the generational capacity. Ebe buama electricity aba for me. We are no yento, but we are say yento ya. Obe bua na ma Ghana ya wu ye timi akonkai. Transportation sector, rail sector is going to be one of the areas that he is going to harness and make sure so be improve there. If you are Bawumia say penny new fear due. 1890s in Kuala Didi Atemuya, ye count ya say oba nananoma hemfo, oba empower nananoma hemfo. Ewo Ghana ha sebi ensemfu bia na de aduru court. Na ye kan wasem wa bra mpanifo betime sin konwa. Ewo ahemfie di asem miswa na ye nananome nanano oyo hene. Omu di asem wo efie petty ayi. The chiefs are the custodian wana obi akosi akurase no otu galam say wa bra ohene ni mu we. Ni aton ohene asase wa bra ohene ni mu we. Ahemfo ni imams ni Christian leadership no they are going to take charge of certain developmental area. Ewo maimu Bawumia edi atudwa. Eti e de yen sempa na via ye ka kire Ghana for atin sempa ne mu ode. Enye nkukon nketenkete o. Enye nkukon nketenkete. Enye hurodo wi adasem. Enye lies and propaganda. Na emumu no asempa Ghana for pese etie. Na edi dachi papa beboaye because we hunu se Bawumia apeja Ghana. Ekufuado lay the foundation. Or the Pomano Amani Joshua, Dr. Alaji Mahmoud Bawumia. Na Odia ko Boshe assassin so. Na Ghana for yina mundi kridi chara. Na umetuaba. Na yamwa NDC for sorry almost $1. If you are medini we
I solo line of article because I need solo to also conclude.
Mami we na minua solomra. Me jama no me kra me koyade. Na yen ka se
I can't 12 days about Papa. Me no buy countdown till your first year. 12 days now can you
say it is very important say be appealing to the ordinary Ghanaians. Say there akofa no kwa for ketu akura amode maaye no yetima di we hu no kre e de akire mu ebrebi baaya na Ghana no wasetrem te sen o masuku semu na te sen o fie akwan na te sen amamuo no na ye da sumu efie pori enum asensia ene wabra bomu te sei eti hweso na fakoto aba Dr. Bawumia say o nepa e de maw na Ghana be ko animu a eye Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia yenko yachi yes na Ghana be fan tuma pe be fra na me de gidi sefia on the 7th of January, inshallah, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Dr. Alaji Mahmoud Bawumia, Bosheba, Ghana,
next week, you better constituency by constituency. You better constituency by constituency. we'll do a bit of the regions because since I'm always so shaky central region.
Oh yeah, no, me percent, no, no, come no, yes, analysis.
Wednesday, Wednesday.
Yes, no, me percent, yeah, analysis, and then I had all the data with me and wanted to go to
Yampa next week. Why? Yampa next week.
Why? Me that's me don't. Me that's me pray. Me that's
next week. Yampa yo. It's any other my papa, deputy director of communication. Onu journey from NDC. No, any mami na quadrant my rolling. Now, me who you mami na quadrant my rolling is no any President Kufuor sapam. See, hey, you ask the politicians any much is how. Now quadrant my rolling. Kufuor bugin wa muko for no mama. Hey, no almost hey. Abo papa so who. Yo, ayo, why? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Chama. Chama, Chama, catch us up. Because on the medium, I bring him up. Yeah, about Papa, deputy director of communications, a friend saying NPP for. Ain't he about Papa, Solomon Cancer Network article, but I will really get him to finish up on last minute, what we should expect in the next 12 years. But you be so aye, a countdown. Until my mama na mimusa munyina what you also think about the course on Patrick Cheya joining Kwame Entry Theophilus Siame Cecil Nana Yao of Jerry and Alexander Oba Yache party will connect you very soon here. Also about Abrante Bapu say hey if you aboa papu de benampoa was it aboa papu de hey. And I just answer on tea about Papa cry, did away and was still a GM all the way. A one. Obviously, if you are your line of questioning is questionable, don't worry, it can be questionable for all you know. But if you have the money, can in a platform, unfortunately, I'm the one asking the questions. So, questionable or not, what can you do? I do man do every as I know, we had that book a question. Because NDC in hand, if NDC is not here, you ask some questions. So now I understand Kaka say bad. Now about no any propaganda time and the party. No, we have to question so that it can be intriguing. What they say. I mean zombie a general I mean buza question. Sometimes I deliberately stir the pot. I have to. It's part of the Jumano. Safo Champo say he's right. Right now, some Ghanaian media people are saying National Health Insurance Scheme was introduced by Rollins. Well, it was introduced by President Kufuor, but there was a pilot scheme. That was not national. That's the catch word. National. There was a pilot scheme at President Rollins more time. They tried to do like an insurance pilot. National health insurance scheme, President Kufuor. You can't change the fact of those matters. Alexander, good evening. I don't know if you can switch on your camera. Switch your camera on my enough discussion. Hey, Patrick, good evening.
Good evening.
Wisconsin and Minnesota.
I am Minnesota.
Great.
Lakeville, Minnesota. Yeah.
12 days, any strategy? What are you seeing?
12 days, no. This is what I want Ghanaians to consider. Candidates no mimindi omochi. And I mean him no omo kekachire omo. But questions are Ghana from Bisane say. Asembe na candidates no can fa galamsey. Asembe na candidates no can fa electricity. We have been a country that have gone forward when it comes to technology for a very long time with Nkrumah. Nkrumah see Akosombo Dam, our journey atomic energy. Now most African countries have no idea what hydroelectricity is. But today, as we speak, Ghana, and it is caused by the fact that we owe the PPAs into Yaka. Ain't you know when Minuya Bema Kasano there are outstanding things that Ghana from who say why do we live in a country with our age and development? No, common electricity is not stable for us with everything that we've done. And what is this leader saying about it? These are basic things.
Okay, wait, Rose. It's what in Minnesota. I know Obi Sunday Minnesota, America for Minnesota.
Well,
oh, they here no America is different.
There be Galamsey America sem.
I know, but I'm saying
Electricity I make light mu. Electricity I make light mu.
Project here shows that the key thing that people use in deciding, number one, rose at the constituency level, rose.
Yes. Number that's the key thing they use, right? But we have new situations. Galamsey was not a situation for us. Those local areas, no, and a Galamsey edidimu. The things we are talking about now, no, they are new challenges that we are having as a people, created by political negligence. And you know that is the reason why I want me person me 3 million. Said those were the things we were voting. Me person me 3 ya gini bad sanyoma no so. Because sanyoma me no sankofo we no munya ho faso. Politicians for no almost standing about no omo no munya ho faso more. Enti ya gini omo ntimi nka ho asema ya gini nko ho.
Okay.
Because of no musikefi. So me no me menya akwenya we no me twe me nua no madwene abasa nyoma we so.
Okay.
Because fragadam omo here said ye bia ya rose ye ke ya rose e fifitititia obia boss ya construct we by we still la ye kwan ye. Well, so they will always use those things that benefit them to deceive us. Ye bani aka interchange. Ye bani aka we because ye yi ya dwene fi nyoma na omo ya say etu ya se no. Yi ya dwene fi so. Which platform na politicians omo jina wa aka policy omo de be use e remedy Galamsey. Has any of them talk about it? None of them is bold enough to talk about it. Why?
Well, to be fair, Patrick, both NDC and NPP have spoken about Galamsey. Not only have they spoken about Galamsey, but they've all developed strategies in their manifestos.
It's in the manifesto.
Even before the manifesto, NDC version, there's a whole full chapter on mining, Galamsey, in broader mining, and also on Galamsey as a subset of the mining sector.
But why is it not a talking point? Because this is the very thing I hire you.
It has been a talking point, Patrick, unless you have not been following Ghana politics.
Okay.
How the demonstrations across Ghana, Patrick, what do you have to demonstration demonstrations also. It's because it was a talking point. It's sometimes fair.
Yes, the demonstration went on, but we are not hearing the solution, the leadership solution to that.
They have spoken about it. Mahama has been very consistent speaking about small scale mining, how they will register them, change the legal regime. In fact, Okoyamo can say, Omo Ayejeli, Omo and Galamsey, they will release them and design a new MPP for say cooperative mining, where they register people. They've said it. I don't know if you have not read it. They've said it. It's been a key talking point.
But these are the things that I want. I will advise my Ghanaians to peruse.
Okay.
Peruse those talking points. Question them. This is what I'm saying, because and no how yen directly. What you were crasia, ubenumunsu, and some of Nantia Kojomun, Wunyan so numoya, unko jomuya, uba yari, mercury, the mercury up poison uba, no yari the hospital. What is wrong to you? So me, I am trying to may point Ghana for say, Mumpokiho. Poki those questions to get the substance out of those policies or more listed down.
Another person. So but to be fair, I know to be fair to Ghanaians. I mean, this year election, Galamsey has been one of the central issues in this elections. Patrick, sometimes I be a comfortable market. Ghana for boys no cry very well, forcing NDC and NPP to make policies. And not just make policy, speak to the policies and what they are so they've done well. So good evening.
Good evening, if you're Boko de
Adam Pachoso.
All right, Boko with Galamsey Shina I just side with Patrick because once I died down with the publicity of it, it was I think a month ago. Then I said no
demonstration. Need a guy. They were on the street demonstrating. Only Patrick. Sometimes people have to be fair, seriously. Because more approaching life, you okay, Mama Kakracha in Ghana. But when you see the come any demonstrating, inside die down, what advocacy are you also doing? What help? What posting on Facebook? Where posting? But what you see the common demonstration?
If you are Ashanti region, and a different group.
Oh yeah, dear. Ashanti region, Galam say, oh yeah, dear.
Na me, if you campaign me or me page as an kitwa.
Galam say who campaign. Galam say who campaign.
I'm telling you.
But Fasika na boys, who more t-shirts is here, make Mumbe Shebuke na 12 days.
The Galamsey fight, is not as easy as you think because I say a very like people behind are very strong financially and power as far as power is concerned, so they are well connected. It is not easy to fight them like that. You understand? I then I by partisan power, Nikono Bedin. You understand? But far away from that one, about Papa then one say, Okasa be brea man be drew a point say, or say a man for sure master non fan twaba. Which is he himself, he shot himself in the foot because Okasa will be here nepa man for sure more living conditions they are twaba. It will go against the NPP. Fast forward, Smart, Dr. Smart, the research here no the buy no. Me when I saw the outcome, I was quite it was quite laughable because key issues no they are where if you are open now crack survey the major issue about education the major issue now a road second key issue you see how the outcome will be. But immediately you use economy as a key issue. 2, jobs as a key issue. 3, health as a key issue. You understand, say your outcome of the survey will divert to a different direction. You understand?
Explain again.
Listen, when I say global info analytics, or more key issues almost survey now. 1 was based on economy. 2 was based on jobs. 3 was based on education. And it was dropping tax, corruption, health. But a key issue, his key issue, first one was education.
Why they now? Okay.
Smart, Dr. Smart,
There may read any rules. First one,
education and roads.
The first one, the rules.
Check it again because education and roads, key issues on the analysis now. It depends on the analysis that you come up with. But in Ghana currently, all the economy, any key issues all the year or survey, you see the outcome.
Oh, that's a previous Afrobarometer report in education was the number 1. When they asked people, they are a bit influence. Previous Afrobarometer report, useful for elections. Economy was the number 1.
Jobs, economy, jobs, and education.
2016, it was economy. 2016, this is what the Rose is the number 1. Rose, number 1 before. Youth unemployment, number 2. So that is how LED. This is what
That's this year's.
Dr. Smart into Rose number 1, and then unemployment.
Then a third one here.
Third one, why am I not seeing there? Potable water, potable water, and it speaks to Galam say. So potable, so Rose. Youth unemployment, then potable water, then skills training.
Well, me if you are always me for my background, I always based on data, and I'm the BBR. More so, over a year now more say not me say or starting program now say NDC and Mahama hasn't utilized the factor of religion as in Christians. Now the National Cathedral can say the NDC people bashed, but look. I know the reason why NPP they don't want to talk about National Cathedral because it will even irritate the Christians.
It is how they did it, but it's as a general issue. It wasn't a bad idea.
It wasn't a bad idea.
It's how I'm messing it up, no?
Exactly.
Any judges they didn't handle it well.
The damage it has caused, and the crown when I say a whole year it cost charge, it has come out say fine. They've not faulted Kusi Boateng was his identity, which is, and then Okuja Black come and say fine. He doesn't agree with the outcome of it. Say he came up with 2 identities with 2 different passports, whichever way. But project Nankasa, NPP cannot say anything about the National Cathedral or more possible. It will irritate the Christians because you go and solicit funds from Pentecost Church, Methodist Church, Presby to get money, and the money who baby as canafa. And yes, I had daggy ho. Say yes, say Oma Yebubu Omo dining. They are seeking they've taken the matter to court, and on a buy home they are waiting for judgment debt. You understand? And with Christians aspect in there, if we want to play it like that, they said MPP for only be play religion card or what do you call it, zongo, say or Montuma a Muslim. Me, I also advocate in say Christophonia Sontuma Mahama because a Christian. If they go that tangent, and it will work for Mahama. And then my Facebook page, me sure say we a Christian, be a Tuma Mahama because Mahama is Christian.
That is why NDC should have taken advantage of this cathedral issue, you know, and even more so when MPP for messing up with this handling of the policy of the cathedral is not a bad thing. It could have as of when organ and in support it. It is how they did it. Moving for what they call Kaswa. I mean, initially that was what I said. Fako Kaswa baby, and now so many development soon. That would have been good. Rolling to basic national theater, and I had asset Mboma and I had that baby. We don't even have a national O2 arena. We must have it. Into OBC cathedral, and your bonnet. But NDC should have taken advantage of that. That is close to that. And when
and there are days more to go, and they can still utilize that opportunity to drive home to Christians and say, look, this project was for you. But the things till today, me say, say, that is the point. Where is the money? That's the question we need to ask ourselves. And when it comes to the economy,
as a Ghanaian, you can also write your right to information bill. I think you can also demand that information. As a Ghanaian, you have that right. It doesn't mean so only Ghana. Now you have that right, and there. So that answer, you need that answer to that question. Where is the money? What was good evening?
Good evening, if you
somewhere there.
You
great, mommy too.
If you may start it, we start the show. No, now we say. Baumia close gap ben or close.
They're so close here too. Dana University of Ghana for the Omudian by a cry. No, I get be my fans, Mama Bena Agi. Also, you're fine, pint, you know. I just wanted to have that. But I only about me close here. Actually, the last research now, University of Ghana for the buy, and now we're close here, baby 49.
Now,
meanwhile, 2 years ago, said the solo Mahama was way ahead 13% ahead of Baumia, so he shouldn't even come close to him.
Last gap, no date near then.
Yeah. Program, I think like 3 weeks or 4 weeks ago. Yeah.
If you are my,
I don't know when they did it, but that's when Mr. Kaina did a program.
3 weeks ago, there. If you are my fan, because what was I say 1 week crack can make a difference.
Yes, but I don't have new data. Yeah. And I think economic intelligence unit. The end of the I read, but that was before Legon for the end. I read all the research.
My post be brave. Only one out of the many posts pen a show say about me I created some gap.
There was an initial one which that no problem can when your friend saying 47 or they are called 47%, and sana 49 they The first one I got was economic intelligence unit for the first, which was Mahama at 51. Then they brought another one, and Mahama had also gone up because of economic issues. No,
there is no gap to close. Baumia doesn't even have a gap. On Bembe Bias, I post we know. Me catch us my infant Juma. I need now a paid post.
These are professors who are academics.
To be
respectful to their intelligence, don't say that. Just say how we should ignore, but don't say that they've been paid. We don't have any evidence to that effect.
Yes, we should ignore it because me who where but me able to close any gap. And before we close gaps, gap no so on one side preach say or person widen gap. Gap and or person widen. There's no way. Opemu nangasana nadu nangasano. Look at the gap. Intino Baumia cannot even close any gap or to even widen any gap. Intisa now this if you attempt the politics of insult in the air. Both sides do. Intimo behind Jina baby and yen it say a NDC 4 pet no mudi attempt. The lad them assemble or kind. In peniphobe bre akikembi. And
against President Kufuor they know. On the uncle fan so
Yes, inti my enyan say President Kufuor should have that special treatment.
World boss, don't go there. He should.
Making me point. Making me point. What the tubo mean the dinner them, but me can say other people also President Mahama so no. Some first I respect in the morning so. Prof Nana James some first I respect in the morning. It is a more creative some perception is a two amount for you say mu single obi out na mu the special treatment more be and then fair.
There be world boss. What there? You see, two names are about President Mahama and Professor Jena no Pokwadma. They are not at the same age as President Kufuor. Once again, no. Me to say, nobody should be disrespected. Nobody should be insulted. What they say, but say okay, say me in fact President Kufuor on two special category more. Already he's in a special category because of 80 plus.
Now say President Mahama or special category more.
That's what I'm saying. But when you say generally, nobody's father should be insulted. Nobody's mother should be insulted. It's unpardonable and it's un-Ghanaian. But I don't want you to say that. Any category because by age you need to know our category or you're 80 plus.
Who as a criteria here? Maybe you presidential, ex-president, and now president, and now.
I agree, but don't. Person or the backer who say he should not be placed in a category because he is already in a category by virtue of his age.
Yeah. So, okay. Who use age category? No. But me use former president, ex-president category.
Yes, but I agree with Nina, but I'm saying that don't say that he should not be in a special category. He is. And a special category more. It's okay. But you should not allow us to disrespect.
This is your special category. No, we are fair now. This is your Wahase, Anna Kennedy, Japan. ADD Rollins attempt said Rollins no ponina odi yenintina or nanti anais or bilig biachino. And also
it was condemned. Was it not condemned? Was it not condemned? It was condemned.
But did anybody use it as a criteria for vote? No.
No, but that's one of the reasons why they lost elections in 2012. Okay, that's why they lost elections in 2012.
Anna Kennedy Nagaso one be patch one to Nipan Wuye.
Genocide, we forced him to apologize.
No,
we forced him to apologize.
But
he apologized. The party themselves came out to apologize.
But I'm just saying that all these two political parties, nobody is a saint. Obia the diatem. Any dear, Obia side. But to me, for me, and I say, oh, Obia the former president attempt, and I say, Intiminko Jina no Sunko Tuaba. It's not even relevant. I saw on TSS attempt the DNO, both sides na omudidi attempt. Menko Jina sa attempt the criteria.
Advice now so low demand NDC timing. That only that timing is also a key.
It's so irrelevant. Obi so Obe voting 14 days from now. Why you not do that? And yes, sir.
Do you don't believe that there are people who are so undecided as of now?
Oh, Oma decided. Sister Fia.
Obia organ Ebia.
Oh, 95. Sister Fia.
There are still people who are undecided. I'm telling you. Sister Fia. Unless you haven't studied Ghana politics, there are still. I'm Dawson, but there are still people who are not decided.
Sister Fia.
Don't kid yourself. There are still people who are not decided.
Tobo. A common started say 18 for no. 8 years ago, and yet 2 weeks to election now. Ubeka say, oh wow, you have still not made up your mind. A common never force you. And a man for making some long-term plan. And yes, I do. Unless of course that person is living some life beer or no, or you're okay, and they can be part of that undecided voters. But majority, no, I come here at the match and yeah, a time when Oma may make any a quick decision. Now can be abua papon or buy no. Or say mama or no monsa. So comment no. What is Malik Basintele a response or the man a MPP for? Me person my boss cry because my boss was cyber Danny attempt.
It's irrelevant. And some criminal.
Yes, but NDC
You
was
don't focus on binuma a criminal, but some criminal.
NDC was say Baumiano sorry preco. Sa direction on person.
We know a haram, but in some will be animal some Ghana is irrelevant. Said the Ocas will be the atema which should not decide, you know. And some and yet count. Guinness need be a bra, edu bro your harmony. O tell what was on trabi any be once in a while won't be. And yet criminal. Charlie, people want to have fun.
Yes, but the all this assembly way by a crano hopes in a door. Only a papun they were close. And omuko cookies are a propaganda no. Sani pano in the watchers and say now omu yekeke they are tarnishing Mohammedin. Now we still now Ujina same way so every day you are hammering on it. So because Kasatia also flag bearer. Now the market so NDC for the moody day attempt to mungo you so no and go voting tiamu. What kind of double standard game is that?
Okay.
That standard no na ye say a traffic Ghana politics no. So who the BBD obi na enyo da. E do dia e the bidiwa. Man go kase o any where did him attend to any obi go jina no so go to aba. No, it doesn't work like that.
Okay.
Now finally free SHS no. 2020 yeah na you who be election no call even with free SHS no cry no. Akufo-Addo lose almost 500,000 votes with even free SHS. I don't know the Ghana for who ya almost 500,000 votes, 1 million votes no. Even with free SHS. Still now they are hammering on free SHS there and the vote no so it's about 200,000. Some free SHS no on my implementing it was a good idea. But they failed in the implementation phase. Mahama Oba review. But according to NPP for mostly review means cancellation. Enti Sasem no Ghana for 8 years. Ebe who the Oba review and ebe who the Oba cancel. Enti Nana ya medase.
What was that one, Nana? Good evening.
Sister Pia,
Great.
What boss? So my schoolmate, Madam for power, you know. Sister Fia, and I make a check Ghana for no. I'll be a foolish person if me down for you now NPP. That will not even make sense. And down for they cut across NDC NPP, CPP, whatever movement for change. It's Ghana for no. It's a contest of ideas. Say well, boss. Or no, the position different. Maybe position, but he's my friend, Madam for power.
Also schoolmate, yeah.
My schoolmate. You know, and then the actual say at the end a contest of ideas. On the amateur one. The papa for NDC being so NPP, but at the end of the day, and they can grow on the firm. Yeah, about bit me accounts because you know as a sense, how many can you just if you make us an amicia and the more pen for I saw election the sister if you I think sir. So far, some catch last week, there will be some pressure on each of the political parties to engage in some other activities, right? Because we are approaching the D-Day. And I think so largely candidates now have conducted themselves pretty much well. I'm really satisfied with the level of or the sign with decency in this campaign. There will be one or two, or the sign slips here. That is acceptable. I mean, and then they say we nipa or more election way. You know, in that sense, I think so largely, you know, I'm really satisfied maybe on more standards in Abidu, and I hope that we can only improve upon it and make it better. So I'm very much satisfied with the fact that Ghana for we tend to dwell more on our negatives than our positives. Yeah? Election way, everybody knows my stand. If I'm to vote today, I'm voting Barmia. But regardless, you know, I think anyone who wins this election, there will be new records for Ghana. Ghana would have really putting itself up there, I mean, in terms of democratic credentials, I mean, across the world, because there will be new records in this election. I mean, like we stand a chance of getting the first Muslim president. We stand a chance of getting the first female vice president. And these are new records that, I mean, with democracy, if you were to come up with this highlighting key minority groups that are usually underprivileged and bringing them to the top of the ticket at the presidential level, it goes to show with democracy, it's really evolving in a way our community need to be very stronger. And I think so positive in Ghana for regardless of whoever you support, as I support by me, I think he has a superior policy in terms of advancing a country, putting it up there. Regardless of which voice we support, you must realize our country is going to benefit or is going to win. And in terms of politician, that will be something if you say, but sister, in terms of 12 days to go, now NPP for now inaugurating a lot of projects, commissioning a lot of projects. Of course, there's a strategy to it, and or the same about culture.
And because more ground.
No, not necessarily. That could be part of it, but the other factor, and they say NDC was going on a misinformation campaign to say sometimes I don't know how Ghana form some adjectives, or they use the adjectives very strongly. Oh, they have done nothing. You can't nothing. Now what you are saying, bro? Just say, maybe say they have done something, but maybe it's not adequate. Then people can see that we are being reasonable. But because they have done nothing. No, you see the word nothing. Them say, bro, if you say we ignore certain words, the meaning of certain words, we just play with words. Then that's it for. Honestly speaking, I want you all, and the NPP for crowd where we know say I want you all. So I want you in the catch say or the echo for buy. Ghana for no in the midst of they can see also say COVID also buy. So they are not or they say naive to these circumstances. And I want also in the midst of it, what can we show say in the midst of our they can also see all of that. So this is to all inform you say yes, but in the midst of our we've been able to manage our country and putting certain things in place. And it's on that basis, you can say and I call it Uncle
Nana away,
So I would have been in a better place than we are today. On that score, you catch Ghana for say if the future holds steady without any major pandemic, without any major crisis, now we have to keep that future as today. San Anema is stabilizing. We have to go into the future like that in the next 4 years. We can assure them they will get a lot more of our achievement and our projects, and we are very steady. And say MPP is the only surest party that can advance the rapid, underline the word, the rapid development of our country. Rapid development because you catch it, and we need to catch up.
I like the point that you make, say whatever happens in Ghana, we are going to make history. And so Emma Obi, because vigilante law, you can go to jail for up to 15 years until you don't joke with it. What I say, and Penny Agro, would you agro back with them? Hey, Alex, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Fia.
But just on here,
I say the award deal with UK hapa.
Yes,
easy. Dear Mefa Konya so, but as I say, or Mama Konya, Mefa Konya so Namachia, Mempesu as Watchman Ponwa, a chill BBA, or Menim say, Umberto Abanoma to ye, Ama Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. Me per se a Tia Junekobi Bisokakra. Is the Fia Dewi. John Mahama, as it said, about 24-hour economy, or be implemented. On one crane, so say, Obicha double track under the free senior high school. The double track system is under the component of 24-hour economy.
Yeah, but the double track initially was not even meant to be permanent. It was a temporary measure.
Temporary, yeah. Then or see obey free home. Meanwhile, the resources we have.
Double track every
was just a the time is not due. The time is not due. I feel you go so I see schools any day. So because we be here free, then it means policies now they background on TSA. So let's link.
More schools we are here double track now.
And schools no na see. And then also about we be here free at the moment. And no na me person change agenda question.
Alex, me to our city, Alex. Then now person we say man see 200 schools, 2,000 schools. There will be no need for the double track. Until what's the problem? That's what this government do say. Because now accommodation, baby, and they want to normally double track nearby.
Yes, schools now. Into ya can say be here for
the minister now. Oh, are they?
Credit system na pesa me ka me wa bruchira me pesa me educate the masses. Even during election day, no crowd, people can change their mind. We are still educating the Ghanaian populace. Say, credit system and one of the things I qualify for you is to get your identity. Ghana card and about ya link will be a house address. Adia qualify UK ha, emawunya ultimate idea, free idea. One, they know your identity, your date of birth, your the place of or you are resident. Baby, I would say any eduma kakra or being a private or a public sector. And also, so you go through Dr. Baumia. And Timijiri says, I know my way in implement here, say, the ordinary Ghanaians. So if you look at how the policies are, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, it is reducing the gap between the rich and the poor. That is where the Ghanaians should just think towards that.
Okay.
All the policies are, Dr. Mahmoud. So let me link you to the issue of the chiefs. Chiefs here, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, canvas say, you bet him about the developments. They are the first people when it comes to the local government developments. The first people to contact, even through colonization, they use the chief as intermediaries between the elites and then the white people. The chief can easily mobilize the people for development. So we are urging the Ghanaians to vote more for Dr. Mahmoud Baumia because these policies are going to help Ghana in the long run.
Okay.
So, achievement I can in great book. Lastly, the American say, UK economy. Let me link the UK economy to Ghana economy. The Bank of England, a projected inflation. It has never happened. Say at the end of this year, hit 1.7 UK. But to me, say 2.7. So, and things in economy, things are not okay in everywhere. Okay. Now, to me, adia you bet him the agina so to aba. Bebrebo sister fia, ye fie can correct. A baby abas will be as the economy ninye. A baby abas will be as the economy ninye. The only thing you can shape the economy is through educating your masses so that they will link their self-development to the ongoing agendas and as ongoing policies are government not there they atu akwemu and nothing a free senior high school ya dia ba no entimi
any na we can the join next week yeah what's up friend waka obaja good evening obaja good evening
I said but Adam person be tear the year but I never try this is okay. Also, I train again.
I say chat and thought no be any kind of channel. Yeah.
I mean, okay, say if you these are some of the that be me born and I was sorry about so. I think that but they should have employed him as a communication director.
I'm going to mean to Yannicka, and now
you know, on him how to do politics. And that's my way of doing. But don't be biased. No credit what I just say it. We'll be better to my candidate. I ain't thrown out over bidding. Now, last week before I'm free, so I'm saying crash be bar so be can say Canada na bank in here Juma 24/7. Now mean to me say I must be able to me of an who didn't call it.
I think that was Obi by be can say bank here Juma 24 hours. And now I'm so not buy no say here Juma 24 hours.
And I'm the person me change say yeah Juma 24 hours because who can they tell us from where we deposit money say bank front now they close basically most bank close at 6 America Canada but yeah almost was center bank facility center as a warehouse can see I hold no more Juma it is all the employees I ubu obeka to say me Juma or Bank of America but I won't call Bank of America or warehouse they sorting how to transport various mails to cover baby.
But there is all kind of Ghana from 24 hours. So because Bank of Ghana were warehouse here spinted, baby on my a road, you know, fly over no. Yeah, I'm more warehouse here. I want to print it big. You I know my cover home cry. I want to do my 24 hours. But the banks they have a time that even individual banks no. Omo point be adwuma kosi be 10 9 12 asa no mo omo close books no.
The close books, they stay till the next day. Now, if we take you, until 24 hours, every bank works 24 hours. So, propaganda, it doesn't work. It works even in Ghana, and I confirm. Now, if you are away from that, I'm so Usubempa, Ekekan Sembebre. Now, or make a comment say, Mama, NDC, or no, or incited, what do you call it?
But we resolved it. I told him, said there's no evidence in free.
Right. It may free or may can't be trust say, more yes, I don't know, because we yes, I now who mislead the public. Ya wahana, but me a friend, mama incompetent. And when you attend the what you say, Ubika to be so incompetent. The biggest insult ever.
I don't think that is an insult, and they're political job.
That time, no crano, your president or Tiakunyaso.
Do you think that I don't think that's an insult? Where's we incompetent? Where's we inefficient? I know the adjective.
But it's an insult anyway.
It is not an insult. It is not an insult. It is not okay to be a failure or be incompetent. The person is not up to task. The person has failed. That is a description. That is not an insult. You don't find it as an insult in any dictionary.
I post here about recently analysis here. Dr. Smart, whoever the post near. Fair enough. It was 2 weeks ago, as a 3 weeks ago, no the buy.
Oh, okay.
But as at now, I hear Casas is here. Gap near very narrow, even though Baumia still leading by a very, very narrow. It like 12 days here cut to the D-Day, anything can happen. But NDC for Adia, they are doing themselves disservice. There's a lot of things that they can capitalize on it to campaign. BB say LGBTQ. Akoda Akufo-Addo office up today on sign. Use that. And then Trump used to win the election. I'm telling you, before Trump about winning now, it's based on this thing. Because majority of Americans are Catholic. And they don't believe in those things. In Obama be campaign for that, see now say, many in Jehua, automatically you're a winner. And then they bought Trump, and the MDC for or more hammer. Now, Osha says about to they say something funny, which I call it spiritual endorsement. Because they say, no, Osha NPP for campaign, it looks like, say, Mama be your nightmare. Obia Kasa just Obama Amadi. Recent Napo video because it was so funny. And we had an amity.
I do a mistake, Mama, dear. The same 2020 be a Kufado.
I Kufado. Even this 2024, I know. As anytime be as one by a mistake, candidate to lose. The amount instances. Obeka just a question by election time. No. Akufo-Addo koso kojopoku opoku na no ranesa. And okazi eze ye peni papa mdebu. Na nye obi a onye I don't know. All body no ka say we do anya papa muntuma jati question. And pass on they lost. Akufo-Addo say akobo mama di no say da bi o we dia me pekura man kan ye krakra mu fa cheme. Who to meet in the radio so obeka muntuma mama. And about me as na post akoka. And this is his spiritual endorsement. Or my endorsement, I'm also be winning. And this is for Abano Ekutaum. To be honest and to be fair, they have greater chance of winning this election. But I'm saying, communication, yes, slow. Say, trust no more no more I think say they will do better. Bibi to say Galam say, Mama from Wedi. You can hammer there because I'm no more power. And you have more power. Use that as a tool to do your campaign. This last, if you used to tell me, your friend Buga Buga. Last minute, Buga Buga. But Mamu Fat can policy be a backward against the person? And that's what they do. Also, when Pagina or buy, and you know, Bakika, would also be the do be at them. So, friend Mama, Kwasi Beshadi, a deal the Ato Mama, no. So I know who's been friend. Etino a political strategy they call last minute election. Etimo munya job now for almost digital na MPP for day ban. If you are to be honest with you, digital word na ya remuno. No matter what, but MPP for implement we are in the digital world. It will come automatically. So that the Mamu Maba and champion making things say, the founder of digital. It's not. Mama even started building digital center. I have the everyone may share audio beer. Kofi Adomakra na interview no.
I said, Nipa no head no cry. He used to work with us for multimedia.
There you go.
Accra Digital Center. Yeah.
Accra Digital Center. But now, NDC for relaxing, you have all these tools. It's more useful those of the thing because it's the one MPP strategy almost started commission. You knew a cranny a commission, but be a kufa didn't start to acquire ye. Equano cry a foot through, and so he's able to mount his statue. A strategy.
Equano, but statue need a they do campaign now. Obi anya wa djuma ma o. Nti ofa wo man tete. You have slept on your right. Yep.
Exactly. So a national cathedral a bigger tool for NDC to use. Where are they? Omo be gina oka ba ku bi enu miensa na omo wie. So na swimming pool na mo ye demonstration ba ko. Done. No matiada. Na NDC MPP force where ye conversation free that side. Yen ni hon komo biom say yan ko ba bia yan so ye benyom etino the way NDC for strategize on campaign no o man hwe here I don't wish them that but they should be tough
over
they say Alan Craft started buga they dey biom yen na utano obi di trano dey si obi di trano
Alan do kwata kikufu na say na yi anya ho dey
to be honest let's be fair. I don't think Alan insulted Kufu.
Oh no, he didn't insult him, but he shouldn't have tackled him.
It was to me, it wasn't an attack, but
he didn't insult him, but needless.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was in a comfortable, a controlling position in Ashanti.
Yeah, but if you remember, he was speaking out of emotions.
There be politics. That is where maturity is key.
That's right. That I accept that. I accept that. But
refuse to take the bait. Politics.
Let's also digest and put ourselves in his shoe because also from 96. Now I need to phone echo contest. And I did that rochamu any Michael Okwemuni.
So many first person better because of sabotaging, but I'm saying that your plan A and your plan B will be sabotage. Fafa baby.
Yeah, you have to direct
the messenger. Fafa baby na your plan B.
Wow.
So now brand be do what you bet me na yen disciple no be do there and use that brand to do the diabolic against your opponent. But don't be the target. So don't be in the line of fire.
I don't know. But it is what
because
it is.
President Kufu anya body that or no only na ndin body that he really helped him. He campaigned for him. Alankashi nyina ye Kufu agenda. Dano me ba have a analysis. Mama papa mama good evening.
Good evening, Mafia. You me dance. Ala the India me know ya think say obi ben na nko born na betia na nkeye because already course nyina na ya agenda MPP asset ya mano. Mr. Ashanti region no kutia MPP fi say ala na factor no. Nipa bebe wa adwen say ala ya Kufuo nipa. Eni say ade na fa baabi na sa ala ne so wate ne ho de a ade na ala so bo Ashanti regions a so enti na wo say nko hunu so nkrofo yi ade obeye ye die me ko ka bibi e betrega enti ho ne de me no ya adwen 100% enko yi kom say the wire policy decent won ka say enti otumfo okra abo about say until wanoda enti wo say nko yi no free ho me ye bai the obewi ni me de me sue hu kakra ana observations amaye fa Ghana since 1992 the emfa 96 mra when the two the jeri ne fa na ade me hu say Ghanaians no me fia ye mfa development de to aba See the impuntu na to aba and can people that so do power. And Kevin Mahama was some prayer about the prince or some enka that's all do power. A economy no ena nipa hwe obehwe CD to dollar no ratio no okodwomu in 8 years time no na ofo car free bi abantama to kejeti na yesai akrai to kumase na yesai eno no wo hwe da increment na aba no eno wo de koto aba ba ye ewura fi se bia di obeba no so antumi amanigi yi a ebe triple but odokwa kohwe de akoto aba ena the project ubusa Mr. Ayi also be mpase yeah strategy na yes a strategy but and work it I don't know what now yeah I don't know what now what the feel na be say why you kwan we why your schools what's the 80 schools I be including your baby in school e bi be fee 3 weeks 2 months and he when all the that the nipa enye yi there was one community ya ne say bema nipa yem aye makakra nipa di mi wi a he wo ye odede kura on fa ho entinye mimi hu ne say nye mpuntuo no boa biso obi a betena konwa so a obeye birebi ya ade esese wo ye ma nipa na de enti ya mehu sa mayefo no ni ji mpuntuo ho ne say sede ya memu oti anase ye man no etie no ho na omunya kakra edi bi one support him because government opposition or a party be opposition onis ka wono okoko fu a ode pre aba power and nipa bi na support tell be no champion senka government and finance political party but you know enti no de saa na be kono ko se bi e be nyina duru ba bi a UK na US no moduru no ansa na bi etuma bada level no enti ma yenunu ye anasa MPP no ne ho no wonsere se bia ye wini ye yakoso ye bi be bia se si a economy sem ne gina no eno na Ghana for de koto aba na ohwe economy no a medisi no ohwe economy no a mimu de madwene mo no menhunu de MPP abaye economy MPP buy na ye IMF that time when na rule economy when na my programs when na see yem fani page mo beto yi mu free mo no masa take ye kwenti o mu nkyere economy nipa ho adwum be ye ne we ni yem fa nkoto abasa mo ba ma ya de mo na mo champion say vice amode na eba no o ye good obetumi aboa no oboa akofo time enti me de meme side de men hu say MPP ba economy no matima ye bibia IMF na ya amaye enti yanko ye yem fa nche o me that's me
yeah that's your mamba pa that's it Evans good evening
Sister Fia, good evening.
So when you there
before I come out so Mr. Jerry and person be addressing or there back or kind say or no two NDC for say or use LGBT no and if I'm born NDC for you not NDC vote I think very problematic because when the customer no two amount for say omunya propaganda and if you advising people now banner because say are there or court asem no court ye di one sem na represent them they assign it omunfa
but I don't just obi to me find any campaign message
no asem na
propaganda obet me there any campaign message
no this is ya or no preach against propaganda and nema ehunhia because the Ghanaian people want to hear and nema be boa
that's why any propaganda a policy
on LGBT is the fear policy on LGBT
it's a position no
position yeah policy oh this is the fear no papa na sama okano me attack no papa na sama okano na sama for being Ghana for here na be boa na there na oba na be ka LGBT on form fan propaganda when the thing is in court and 18 December yeah
it doesn't mean say they cannot make it they cannot take a position on it in fact NDC NPP now have taken a position on it into what
position there are some American to nothing in this part to nothing
it's in court but they can make take a position on it too
Baumia can say he's against it and he will never allow it to happen Mahama Swaka yeah they are too
it doesn't mean you should end there. I'm
no, it's the fear. No, it's the fear. More problem with that.
More you should end there. Jano, no can I say. What do more microphone? What do more microphone?
No, I'm still speaking.
The MZB out there to speak or something.
Oh my God. Okay, yeah, I think we are network issue. Yeah, but make common sense. So now say some more about issues are amount for the control about, and now they had problems understanding what the Masapon did. No? So make sure NCC reports on every election year they don't release report on why matters of concern to the Ghanaian voter. And from 2012, 2016, 2020, and this year, education was the number one issue. But issue when a global issue, like every Ghanaian, this is what they care about. I think it was education followed by the economy and then jobs now the other. But Masapon I can say your global issues and your local issues. And local issues now more in class on the two about. Obo ya own quota da. Or who assaulted road by a bayamano. And no be so at aba. Others they don't mean to I don't know to say find the abide no or not quite a quite here the same here. Yeah, onya kwan pa obet makokuma ko didwa we born am sikaban nsem and found inflation ever. Yeah, and now me last about Galamsey. I think it was Patrick, not Patrick I say the political parties no more can Galamsey once and Omaka once I think you told him. And there was a time Nana Bana mo ebe ka kwasa ono sha but my solution to Galamsey is the best so far out. Emma Manfo dinner tema. The Bamia can say, but I make one pay because of time. One pay or say these people do indiscriminate mining. Nina say omutuwa no say gold in here no ma come fufu akutu omutu to say senesa also no yeba I mean technology aba we have the geological survey into the geological survey now I'm mapping out all the areas I want mining I mean I want minerals ebia this area your gold or say monko ha say na monko to gold no yeah mon measure license mo beje lines and yet mind they are regulating actions or field ha yes good do ha no send be a Galamsey ni sa na man ma mo yen mo bejai because you need to you need baby mo yes mo ye juma no this is what Baumia is saying there are so many other things that we can want but because of time me the man no be see wa ha no much Patrick ya on to no follow Ghanaian policy na omo can san issues no complain omo ka pa aya ontion you should read the manifesto and don't just pretend say they just write it down and they don't do anything about it. Ghanaians will hold them accountable to it. Yeah. Thank you.
You know what, Evans? Yeah, that's a baby. Back commentary. Over first, I think only first person, but we'll line on. I think I twice sitting at Massa for you because me what about only first person. Me de link into our bus. But good evening. Oh, you know, okay, we'll sound on okay. I'm here say meeting me. Okay, but how you too?
Yo. You make Mr. Jerry Baye no yam the part on one Casaprano or NDC but what confirm say about
so better me increase your volume now. Since we see here, now I been a camera no.
I've what you mean.
Yeah, too can I just a voice in actually.
I've what you mean. I am the part Mr. Jerry Baye no or G2 Musa Baumia be in election. Election we no air every media you bet about Ghana the first no 8 years somebody but this year what change you know from are more a few weeks so do we need to for more say yes Ghana for you want be so better sabine we I'm from Anamo if it's that and you ma pa NPP aban and you go for no say yama ba wo mian toa o man we so a ye dane majo mahama just 4 years pa afia o man be say photo say me ma example afia what menka
yeah to nka
mo example ba kwa me dey ma on say me na me adwuma o GS it GS problem say wo nyina ma ye adwuma o over 10 years and na me tu kwan afia ha me kan na wo dey bonnet dey to free education your mahama your man would be school fees.
Oh, to me, are they?
What to be your school fees?
And that's a blueprint in the way they open it. I'm my deal. Blueprint in the order that today just want to mean to ask finance ministry question. And you not to then I just am to mean to school fees.
If I'm first coming and wouldn't say secondary schools are all Ghana, they say what the STEM nuclear come from. I prove 800. 800 no wɔn nyinaa council of Bank of Ghana enti no nneɛma no a yɛdistribute ma wɔn no yɛmfa sika aban ne mfa sika ne hyɛ headmasters ne nsam enti no wowɔ hɔ a na sɛ headmaster wokuware na wowɔ hɔ nom a na ayi supplierfoɔ no de wo nneɛma brɛ wo sika a aban no de kɔ yɛfrɛ no sɛ ɔmo accounts mu wɔ Bank of Ghana no mu ne ade no ɛyɛ nneɛma pɛti things a wɔn de totɔ ayi nneɛma bi bɔ nkwan na se anaasɛ ɛyɛ yi apart from no biribiara hwɛ ɛnɛ yi a me no kasa yi wonim sɛ nɛ ayi free education ɛmo ne saade ne nneɛma bɔ wokɔ bɔ no isi a obi akɔ wia bi agu abobɔ yɛ mu a metrom ɔkɔtɔ mu adi eti sɛ
o point ne sɛn
eti sɛ NDC fo dɔm hama sɛ ɔba ɔbɛyɛ ne yi a yɛ na ne ho yɛ mesere ɛyɛ na ne ho yɛ mesere papapapapa mesi wontumi nyɛ hu mesi Ghanafoɔ wɔ mu suban a wɔn de ti ɔman mu no ɔman no kwaa ɛnkɔ so nyinaa yɛ timamufoɔ mesi na nado asesɛ sika kɛseɛ adi ahyɛ mu sɛ wɔn mu wia tɔn koyo believe sɛ ɛmo yɛ ɛnɛ obi kɔ wia bi wɔn de 2 bags ɛdi perfume rice 1 bag.
Nanti sɛ NPP fo ayɛ adan na ɛkyɛ sɛ maama ntumi nyɛ mente wasa
ɔntumi nyɛ afia ɔntumi nyɛ ɔno ana ka sɛ ɔwɔ 2 billion a ɔntumi ɔmfa nyɛ free education
ntumi sisama deɛ na mente mo asesa I don't know whether I am say I propaganda opini onipa
no ɛnyɛ propaganda so ɛnyɛ adeɛ na yɛ serious o sɛ free education no a wɔ hɔ no aban biara ɛbɛgu wɔ nsɛm no sɛdeɛ ɔka yɛ no wowɔ program papapapapa nkurɔfoɔ a benefit no ɛso eti sɛ mo se ɔman wei yɛpɛ obi amena toa Akufo Addo free education so a Ghanafoɔ pɛ wɔn ho asɛm a wɔn mma ba wɔ mmea no ara toa so na baabi ko a wɔn nyɛ sika a wɔn de yɛ free education no ɔn toa so for next 8 years because the Mahama wei ma no next 4 years Mahama ɔnkɔ biem eti wɔn na bɛsa
yo wafantry the campaign na ya ma candidate intimate was but there's I mean blueprint there ho aban person or policy obey it doesn't mean that on to me yet. In fact Mahama Kraka some be extending it to university first year phobia level 100 on free education and there's no evidence to show that on to me. I mean Mahama beto health insurance scheme for your ba or twaso that is clear what I say obeto metro mass or buy or twaso ye na ya lolo bus an electronic payment. Yeah, maybe I am even though person here campaign more candidates, no. Sometimes just be factual. What I say, and I'm stopping conformity. If I mean, sometimes you have to just be fair and acknowledge the facts there. Edward, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Fair. Let's say,
Adam Pachoso.
Ja, you didn't chef in no way, Bremo.
Yeah, that's it. And about 12 of them, home boss. I one time there now.
And about 11:36.
Okay. Yeah, that's
it. Into show me unya be ma shebe ho tika mu pa enye easy.
Yeah, that's it.
Allah. O program near me dey know. Men can nada. Hey. Ma so ita no kan mu de ba be ni da ye gusu kakaka. Stefia, aja. Me pese me chia etiefo ne ahwefo ne yenuane ma yenya ye kye ya adwen. Enye ntokwa e ya adwen kire. But Stefia ultimate support to NDC at this moment. Hey, Mr. Jerry Ba and me no ultimate papa no all he's tried all his best say Obama bibi abesheho now so say milk ne hwegu na hwegu e wo musa aka 12 days bibi atimisi one day kwa bibi atimisi but the extent omo jai doctor aman ateki lead in terms of strategy. Now, SMB, also NDC for they have lost because of strategy, and they will lose because of strategy. Honestly,
I didn't say they've lost. I said they failed to take advantage of that.
Oh yes, they failed to take advantage of strategy. Strategy na no one bebo form. No cranya me because Dr. Bamayon. Now also what the Krama who Bryce Papa no smart, very very smart. Or who say he's at a disadvantage when he say Orban or a crabba. Inti osu ne ho. Ena unu obi a wako school sabe, obi a wako school esua ade no. Hwe nkof se nkofo o matwa Dr. Bawumia ho ahia no. Nyame anim ni. O ma ben. Me before say ye be yi no. Ye yi no before say on the February oba be man that 70 vision no. Now I was so worried. Say a deben pa na Dr. Bawumia de be ba because nanado edify free at the end free this social amenities or their back and to them pa deben de be call election MPP then de be call election but me tie ne 70 vision no I said to myself say and normal work or there be 2 so oye mu 50% and 100% o timi mu 50% per magana me I'll be the happiest person on earth. Doc, yeah, papa Mahama. Me, I'm papa, the Biamica, papa, and Kabemi de pa. Send an may, or more enjoy ye, me papa, and Kameni Bejipa, but was lucky. Trimude, oh, your henny, oh, Finkola, oh, your hen, oh, your henny, oh, your hen, oh, your henny, that you. Say, baby, I do know. Violence, they say the kingdom of heaven suffered violence, and violence took it by force. Yeah, me, Okodai. Yeah, you 1 year before Dr. Bawumia. One good year. Until Debe and I last minute now by Takashi Debbie Buga no.
Okay.
This is a fear. I too late. This year Obi be say bus no to a jaw. Na car to a jaw so there. Say what na car ni muda na to jaw ya Ghana for Mahama. Sabe President Mahama ya tani ka muda. This year to a jaw any problem cry. Medamase.
Yo, is that's a bad word of refugee. Nana the upper so cast and patch background because it is the be. I know I ran a sandbank, ever confusing couple. Robert, Pacho, good evening. Pacho, you want to say, oh, good.
It's a very much a clear, joining and chair, Yemen, you for
Pega only Kakrama, and our voice, which I don't know why, yeah.
Patriotica.
Aha, you tunga.
All right. Yemen, you look at person. First of all, number person can't be different. Brad Jerica, the different, the pen is digital center. And yes, I'm attacking the number person can it's a digital center. A dynasty. Not a one for Niama, a one share policy to be a Gama, Niamano, Edin Kayamaya Kasher. You are entering into digital world. Now, as a young train number 3 I don't think it's the right.
Okay.
That's a because at the moment, the whole world, we are all moving under digital. Even Canada, if it's card, we don't use card anymore. Yeah, the card phones. So wherever you go with your phone, you can do almost everything with your phone. So I say, aside that, the second thing I made them person in Kenya and said, Ghanaians, when it comes to voting, they are too bad because of policies, as we have been saying. Sir, 4 years, we have been 8 years. Try. This time around, I don't think it's going to work like that. I think this time around also, looking at previously, especially when you look at the population between the NPP and the NDC. After I say we have put up don't they just need the voters to vote, and that's it. And that will decide who wins the district. I think that they need to form come to a banner pie. I have put a second round. MPP for people can say especially in the strongholds. But this time around, when you hear the commentary coming from Kumasi and all that, they are all poised and they are all ready to go. So I think voting at this time is going to go on my favorite side, that is the MPP.
Yo, Mr. Sakode, that's a baby. So no, comments also there, but none of them. But you good evening, I don't know. So if you can sit up, but because sometimes they wouldn't baby and go put you some videos now. It goes far. Until I want everybody to be seated. At least you are ready to speak. If you want me to give you 1 minute so that you can sit up, and yes, how do you go ahead? Because and yes, I bet and also bed delay. But you.
Okay.
Okay,
that's fine. Na me da ho nom kakra, ma bre me kwa adwuma.
Yeah, but why would you want to da ho? Uber TV so.
Me pa jo mate. Yeah, the edi kan interview me tia opa. Yeah, da was adwuma pa. Oh yeah. UK fu nyina achi awone de aba pa. Interview me ma sem kakra mpese me kan say. Me enka me mfa ho ne nia obeba be di president. But enoma bia koso ewo Ghana amwa to be honest. Enoma bia koso for say oh we ya be di 8 years. Entine yemani mra metwa yemano nko na fofromra because metnasia most of the people are one person changes emrani say omo thinking and also omo dwene say MPP for abediska MPP for eba ye ni nipa kakra bi na ayeye enti adenti na monko ema ebi nso mra wohwe NDC for mpo animu a omutimi hunu se adwuma ne de enipa na ye nanso moye mumiansesa no na obi nso mfa different mind mra mienhwe se ade no ebi obetimi asesa me da bia ye ka economy na economy no obia ni hojo mahama ntimi mma ema economy ni ntumi ma meye te say 4 cities biem ntimi nye possible but idea say Ghana for ye dwene ho ne say enoma MPP abanya ye no ye de toto de NDC ye ne ho a NDC ba ombetimi abaye more for 4 years na chain the MPP give 8 years no aye no me problem am me wono no enti se Ghana fo nyina beti ase se ye twa John Mahama ekasa mu ye hwe ni ye mu ene ni awo ye nyina ne se oba so eniema kesi akuvuado dia start no me na no me tie kwadramafo o si train na ye akuvuado gas wo de ba no etimi ba obeto abama MPP na ye Photoshop on say ne aba on say na enipa bi dwene say entimi nya possible but now no aye possible say school to pa Dr. Dichum what is he so MPP free power ye benya obi a adwuma Dr. Adichum ye no obetumi ababa be hyemu aye no more cry chain dear Dr. Adichum aye no enti me dear Ghana nkosuo ne hia me enti me campaign anana dwi me ye na me dia mane say because adie ba ko ama misro John Mahama ne say on say okan kokon ketenkete but okogina asofu na nimu no nyamia nim no krani me hu dwiri me se papa ni sa se sana no odi etio wo se me ba meye nkokon ketenkete na ama constituency anase obia de ne ho ahyemu bi no kwasema no oka ne se no ope enyuma nkakra ama ne nkrofo sebe enke ye good idea enke ye good
citizens of Ghana
people for born a chino one say wasesana no ehwa na me ya na eha me no me na bi gina ho no na wo kan say free education no entimi nya possible enti anamu nyina ho say no matter how you ba ye be yi free education no afri ho emema me ka say wo ba wo be ye ni ye na wo betimi aye ni ye dia me a me wo ba no me ntimi nto ni din wo mom na betimi ato ni din ama me
nana mama na
NDC for no wo mu nyina ba bi ba ko na ye trust wo mo And yes, sir, the Abimo can say, Waba will be Tamuno. I said, Wamu ye say, and to Amuba, no one could trama a behaye.
Yo, Nana. Nana, my own yawe mazunkebi. After patrol increasing lights now when you know because we can't see your face. Of any case, patrol. Good evening, back with you. Patrol, what do more microphone need to be a microphone or her?
My name say good evening. Hope so. Yeah, America for you can. Yeah, I want to about strong. The anything. I mean, we got 12 days to go. Yeah, you want man on the Kasabibre, but at the end of the day, we don't even have votes. And those who are on the ground, are money here, and those are the ones who are going to vote and make a difference. And like I always say, you can't send the development or whatsoever. But what you want man on the NTS and say, you see, on the ground, the Ghanaians who are there, it's not about the development. What they need to understand is that it is every government's duty to provide for the citizens. And the new man on my year and answer way, and they are showcasing, and few bottom. It's the Ghanaian taxpayers' money, and then the loans from foreign donors. And no more now, and no more and you know, I said, no, they can showcase whatever they want to showcase. At the end of the day, do the economy well. That is the most important thing. So that every Ghanaian will benefit. Those who are hardworking will benefit. Businessmen are complaining. Why? Because the economy is not good for them. The taxes are too many. Pensioners are struggling. You've taken their money. You are not giving it to them. We talk about health. Buildings don't make health better. It is about the service. It is about the workers. It is about the professionals. That is what is needed. At the end of the day, we need good governance. Look at most of our journalists are being attacked in Ghana in this modern day. Our journalists, look at Galamsey. Look at this Joy FM journalist who was attacked. Up to now, police case, it has been useless. Last week, it was, Festus Saridonko's case.
Erastus,
sorry. Thank you.
They've been attacking us from Obibesia since.
Exactly. And then this is a so-called human rights lawyer as a president. But
but on the NDC too, people were attacked. I was
exactly, it's the same thing. Yeah,
I know they're both governments now.
But at least with NPP, we knew that NPP was more of like book-long lawyers, human rights.
But the standard of the law is the same thing. Nobody has the right to attack anyone.
Exactly. They shouldn't. But these are the things that we are talking about. Good governance. Last week, there was a so-called kidnap by one lady. Do you understand? And it's supposed to be operative of national security. What are you turning Ghana into in this day and age? And I'm surprised
but do you know whether the story is political? Because I think the next day our police will resolve that issue. The woman was
the police are trying to resolve that issue, but the police statement, they are still investigating.
No, but the woman has been found. The next day
the woman was found. But even then, the woman was found by the husband and the brother, and they even informed the police. But the police were even trying to take the shan.
But unless we know the story behind, sometimes it can even be this bank story where the man himself orchestrated his own kidnapping.
Yes. No, but what I'm saying is that in this sort of last days, we don't want any bad sort of news. Do you understand? So the IGP should be able to calm people down because there are a lot of tensions. So when such news come around, you should be deal with it straightforward and deal with it straight away before tensions are, because tensions are already high. Honestly, as much as we say that yes, there will be peace whatsoever, but tensions are already high. So these are the things that it needs to calm it down. Either both parties, those major parties, or those who are in charge, the police, the IGP, even the national security order, come out, debunk these notions, and calm tempers down as much as possible. Because at the end of the day, come the 7th, people will vote. One party will definitely win. And then Ghanaians will be the winner. So for me, that is what I'm saying. For those of us abroad, there are people are talking about this and look, like they can talk as much as they want, but at the end of the day, development doesn't win votes. That's what they should know. Ghana, it has always been there. We have had ruling parties showcasing their development whatsoever. But when it came to the polling station, they lost.
But Edu maybe so a winning vote, so because I mean,
exactly.
when he was in power was winning all the northern regions because of development. First, on the Upper East, all that the most of the roads there, rural electrification project, Shep 1, Shep 2, Shep 3. All were done by President Wallace, and those areas they were voting.
When he left, did his party win? No.
But the question is whether the development continued. That's the question you must resolve. But I remember President Wallace's time, most of them were voting because he brought development. Everyone they will tell you, and for that alone, they will vote for him. So it's not true that development don't translate into vote. It does.
It does in a way, because obviously, if you look at the 92 whatsoever, then the northern region of Ghana has been starved of development way back, way back. Even Rollins would have done even more. But at least there were sort of certain things that he was the one who brought it. So that's why they were so appreciative and they rewarded him with that vote.
Once a statement is not entirely 100%.
But at least there's evidence too that parties have shown development projects in the last 2 weeks or so a month, and then they've lost.
So no, it's not about the development, it's about the timing of the development. Yeah, there are two different things. Timing. Because when people see that you want to do them as they know how to process their thoughts.
Exactly.
Okay, But when they know it is genuine, they know that it is real. Because I know what NDC did under President Mahama, the things they speak about, there are people trying to Greater Accra region. NDC is winning Greater Accra region, not just because of the economy, also because people can pinpoint this is Rage Hospital, this is Circle Dubai, this is 37 Road. So again, the president development in here. And translating into vote. Sometimes people know they can pinpoint me roadway, government way time no more and they will vote accordingly. So okay. So my name is Nana Kofi. Okay. That's Nana Kofi Fred from UK. Alfred, good evening.
Good evening, Sister Fia.
I don't know now. Oh, best of you are Ghana. You have a right to start. I do more Kenya.
Yeah, do me Kenya kakra na. I say because of the program, my transit for quite a long time back.
Sorry.
Okay. Me UK, but my about into my bag and I'm back to our. My follow. This year more session.
Okay. Session.
But me money back. Me age my contomra. But so when him say here there.
I mean, you say
I'm saying, earlier speaker, no, I can't say, be say this project doesn't count. I quite remember, I said 2008. Now, during the runoff, you call one of the guys, or from water region. You can't say, no, be saying, say, you need Rollins in your cast iron. Or say, and you're Rollins and call no one who can hear because of canning or better NDC. So there's some petty things that you cannot take it away. In over politics, now you cannot take it away. Baby, I'm not me age man. Me not me anything about unfortunately, I'm all you can as my resign. Make me I genetic claim so, but network to generate the claim for the insurance claim no. Minya, it's a fumoto. I travel from me a class. I call the next town. Eko bre ekochian sana me ye ya man ka me dara te kran ka oyi mebi basisi ano nyame adon dan mo hona na afra ma fi Ghana ba brochire adan ya ya omo network ka mo mti e beto aba into when it comes to projects or the business people no they should deal with their dollars, but when it comes to the rural fertility there project like road, even water, even bola krana or be fit the krana this equal to krana no krana I'm not Gina so to aba. This is if you Ghana election, dynamics is different. A whole USA, Donald Trump in the full glimpse of the full security people. One individual tried to assassinate him. Into politics there, who say you are going to a danger zone. I said like security, I said to a point, but inshallah, the digital man is going to win. Okay. Because me say me a living testimony. because of me.
Digital man,
well, ye gusu kasa, but definitely I can't the konya the onion game. Come I can't onion game.
Okay, someone was on to say, I'm back to home, Parliament to front time, but it
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Guy didn't have a solid guy. Onion I can't onion the game. And I'm saying on the 8th or 9th, no case Alfred Bass, so they can say Akano is going to lose. It's definitely going to lose.
Okay, yo.
Alfred,
well, Doctor Mama, good evening, Yakaba. I stand with education. I don't know, so Udin, no, because I know why you're coming here, because I think maybe the tools are now, maybe you don't want to speak. It's okay if you don't want. Dog time.
Okay, me that say good morning from here and good evening wherever. Because I free Japan,
okay. Yeah, that's it. That's it.
7:58 to her say, I think I sorry, I be prepare me a professor on Nagoya University. Me follow. I'm an environmental planner. Yeah,
that's good. That's
good. Yeah, some projects be about flood and yeah, we say Japan about those disasters na auntie.
Japan for to study that and Ghana.
Japan for Stevia.
Ghana for because you flood, never solve a flood problem.
Stevia, Namia, do my Indian baby fiabeboa.
Yeah, that's Yango Show. Why? Yango Show. Say, I can so over the best from Ghana. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, say, Bronino, so who potential or more. Omo found say, almost Sassika, to treat the amount. Say, potential ne o muno, Fabeboa. But I think Ghana, no, I'm saying, so only Kasa now belonging to a party, potential never cut. Yeah, it's you know the bedi home commentary. I no pay me percentka. Yeah, me so me the man to elections yeah ba be have now. Na me tie opini bi am say be ye kakra between one no na o ka say you can say NDC ba no to no gidi say omo ntumi into free education so. But now o ka say the policy is already there. Bibia you trust can bibia to. But stay here I did tell man me cram here man say me so maybe me name dear Baba count said precedence really matters about and yoma be say the basic explanation of history and say history just because you bet me learning from our past now based on that you need to make decisions for the future me sure say any panel or cancer not because say or come from on one thing but maybe or come from experience be when ya any history be that when it comes to NDC actually me vote based on physical infrastructure because of my experience with Japan. What I say when you come to Japan physical infrastructure no enye aban you find your politics untumi be nansia last 2 weeks na Japan to aba untumi be na Japan campaign platform so make say me ba me ye kwan and I say mon hwe mon to ma me because me na me ye kwan and it also surfaced during kind of saying US for elections the key things are now for looking at social issues or what we call socio-economic issues. Some were looking at abortion and all that. Others were looking at economy, migration and all that. Trump and Kodina Baby and say, Oba, obey coin, add to her, Oba, obey coin. One thing that we are going to, we should do as a country, they say, those kind of physical infrastructures, I would say, your institutions now, they are responsible for it. No, it's a long-term development plan. The budget, be their funding always. I said, you be year no free elections in him. And then when it comes to elections, now you use socio-economic indicators. No, when it comes to the economy, we can say that the current government is actually not doing well. And in a way, you cannot blame them for it because of the aftermath of the the COVID and all that. And countries where we are seeing now, I experienced that. And it also shows our economy is not robust enough because Japan went through that. Me study Japan fuel prices right. near tono around 167. But time COVID no buy na war na started a jump around be 180. But they say na minyoma eba from no yasaba back to 187. But I think yes.
And 187 here and he will see this one $1 more.
167 yen no there because of the comes about 10 cities thereabout. Okay. Yeah, about 10 cities thereabout. Yeah. Yasaba back to 167. But let's ask ourselves, I think Tina Ghana and there. Say your money could do so now. Yet me baba from that. Yes. A background with about neko about neko about neko. What I say. And what we are saying is let's look at the socioeconomic indicators. I'm always for NPP because of their social policies are presidency so be cultural say NDC ba yet me fa free such as insurance. I can say it's true because NHIS abroad mobile be free. So in fact I'm on mobile and I'm catch say one time premium. One time premium na to me anya juma.
But so I'm there.
No, no, free such as in the baby during the days are by be between.
That was my point.
Yes, we are talking about effective implementation of the policies.
Okay.
You understand? It's not about the policy, not say obey and answer one. But how effective would they? Because they say phrases in Angazano, said uncle yes, sir. What I say? And to wine the Shannon side, be only say obey to me Ashimokina. I'm an free one. I could two.
Okay.
That is the problem. And you'll be or one. Your one says here, not be or dear because 0. But why a bit me free one, I could 2. That is it. Make key example of I can say Kofor bus, Metro Mass. Yes, they changed Metro Mass to Ayalolo. But tell us or let's ask ourselves, say Metro Mass or more common situation to say.
Okay.
And Ayalolo na Kasano, how effective was the implementation of Ayalolo no? So, what I would leave to Ghanaians, they say, I can't create a Kotoaba. O Kotoaba now. Some of the policies are already established. A better days are might be trips. And this Ibanon between free such more. I can tell you one way they should never think of coming back. But what we should think about, they say, why never to me I ensure the effective implementation of any policies via sustaining the gains.
Okay.
Because Ghana is a developing country. We don't want to remain as a developing country. So we want to move from step 1 to step 2. And who will help us move the country from step 1 to step 2? When I'm in Ghana for say,
okay, that's it. Okay, that's I think that question puts it in perspective because it's not just about it, but it's about the implementation, which I think is the most important question that should be asked. That's it. Doc, but me send them on number or private chat, I'll be so grateful. I'll send you a message, and I arrange to have you on as a guest because of our experience, no background, no. I'll be very grateful. Not just one baby a private chat, no.
Yes, man.
Oh, baby, I want a private chat.
Okay, we chat with everyone in the studio.
Send me your number and I'll send you a WhatsApp. Yes.
Mati, no problem. Mati,
I'll send you a WhatsApp. Me point, I send you WhatsApp. Dr. Da Costa Boajino, Chad or Japan. Into that's what I say. Mr. Nyakun, good evening. Mr. Nimakun, good evening.
Oh, hello, Sister. Good evening. The check and
I just say, on network now, as a freezy, and
me talk, what you mean?
By you.
Oh, sir. Mr. Me studio come on.
Yeah, you cry. I feel
yo. Now, the Americans say election after 12 days. Now, media me fee say about me able to winning. Now, say for your kaya COVID buy no. Nanado ka say, yen to me I revive it or be a woo. Name economy ni say they can revive the economy. And part economy ni jiguye. But me I can say me the press. Okay, I said 2022 economy no, it was near collapse. Not because not foreign companies. A person more expatriate about billions of dollars every Ghana. At the time, no Ghana any amount no. International one until say we decided so maybe some say to me I'm gold in exchange for the dollars no they agreed and or geo cities no ekoto gold editua omuka and no na a free hono and was starting say oil for gold for oil policy no e buy and no economy ni jiguye covid time senior nanado my economy ni jiguye me say me hear NHS na covid time no say about 6 the only reward we got throughout the covid time. The only reward we got, and they say, "Yabeboy and Sama Mayan, will be all UK ABR." So Mukaya. However, in Ghana, yes. However, in Ghana, frontline workers, I think 50% or more allowances. Scaring free here. You free electricity, free water for about 6 months or so. No, that's the free here. Chrome ha na kwadwuma government no bo they only paid the companies 80%, but Ghana kwadwuma they paid you your 100%. Ni nyina affect economy and until economy no akofom no but ya na Ghana for a refi and the covid no be starting no the kai says so free hako Ghana they keep you in a hotel, feed you for a week or 2 weeks free of charge. Yes. And it's that time it affected the economy because
but now see every country went through that, but they've all bounced back.
Yes,
so the fact
they haven't
the economy already
no, they haven't bounced back. They haven't bounced back totally. UK,
yeah, but Ghana is not saying how much they be seen.
Yes, because
I think the point was about the economy was already on I say because we are a third world country and you can't deny it.
Oh, yes, and it's all kinds of I'm said that former President Mahama and I said in the last parliamentary speech I was saying what's it called? Okay, said namno ya winning in academy and which means the economy was already in on its knees before NPP took over. I know aside and you know say economy no I say no. Yes, be about me and to me and handle economy no. And yes, be another to me handle economy. But because of COVID, no, before COVID, no, Ghana was already on its knees. And apart from that, you know, maybe SHS, free SHS. Okay, free SHS, no, Ghana phobia for the sake of the poor. For the sake of the those in the village, they cannot afford to send their children to school. No, they should allow Baumia to continue the free SHS. Senior last speaker Ekasai say okay say even though NDC a friend say NHS but Kumasi Ashanti region they brought capitation grant. So that capitation grant, it affected a lot of people our Ashanti region. And you know, and even northern sector, also northern region, free education, and Krumana introduced here or dada. Any time, Mahama time, he couldn't even pay the fees. So I want to say.
And yet throughout Mahama 8 years, they were just a few places where the fees, the disbursement delayed.
It wasn't throughout the 8 years, and even the subvention I saw the schools no ground no, I was southern sector no, it wasn't going. Oh no, now much hopa and the Mahama no being a numu akase. If I had 2 billion, I will not use all on education. And until I say who say so bar education, it will not be effective.
Secondly, I think your point is clear now. Say, Nana, Mama, good evening, Akwaba. Well, Nana, way in us article. Alibaba, way in also take away. Alibaba, Pacho, you have to sit up for us. Sometimes I am more program is serious. You can't be sleeping and I for to papa no size the crab but I looking serious. Now what now? Yeah, it's like you are taking them for granted. As a teacher, any child, what our class really doesn't look Nana Kumbacho, good evening.
If you are good evening, as you say.
Mbacho Moy and Bacho say.
Boko. I Kakrabin I'm child from Oklahoma.
Yeah, that's
Kakrabin I'm a person Meka Faho. The last time NPP lose to elections, 2008 and 2012, right? And OSHA, they won 2 regions, Eastern and Ashanti, but they were still like
they won
50,
Greater Accra region too.
Meka 2008 and 2012
when they lost,
when
they lost, okay.
They were hovering around 47% and 49, and that's 2008. And the difference between Oni Professor Mills was less than 50,000 votes, right? And
that was
2012.
2008, they are not working. And then less than 50,000. Yeah, 2008.
Yeah, and 2012, no, there was some like wrong figures here and then, and then clear, right? Then the Supreme Court to streamline things. Then we have to vote again. And this almost trying to is between 44 to 47%. And NPP, they're always around 49%. So they need just a few votes to win. What did they make out? Now the good thing is Baumia, Ashanti and East, NPP will win. Baumia capture Northeast and all spread it North, which used to be the base of the NDC. Is it about Baumiana Bwurum, Wabura NDC phone? Oh yeah, Muslim and from the North, Mahama, like all that, because we're not so free no. So that's it. It's in no way the probability now. It's just clear who will win. Greater Accra NDC can win the region by maybe 100,000 votes. Western, whatever, 50,000 differences. Who can in about Baumia will win? It's as simple as that. and yet science be a was if you are enough the way Baumia is expanding the base of the NPP. They've never had it before. Even Uni Senka Alan Kran NPP candidate, he could still win because Obe winning Ashanti in the East in Wajiji Kakre free North East. Where the Baumia no free ho. And I will need more no money and nam. This is what Chinipa Bibri. And the base in Ashanti and East in one almost so eternity. It didn't know why do you argue? I say want to me win? It's just so easy.
Nana, agro any form.
Data near the ejuma. So we have to look at the data.
Yeah, but
last one.
What will control the data no is what happens on the day and collation.
Yeah, you are right. But if you are the one guy be by as a because I know so Nanado ne vote 1 million they reduced to 500,000. He still won. After you say wait there so better manaka 100,000. You say so better Baumia vote but there 100,000 Professor Mills the 50,000 a year president. If you 100,000 you Baumia na sabe win. What kind of analysis is that? Yeah, 10,000 now they are winning. No when you're 50 plus 1. No, in the vote I read this one only by 100,000. He's still the president. And you know what analysis is that?
Yo, Nana, that's the Oklahoma for. Yeah, Oklahoma for you know why? Oklahoma for you. Nana Jesse, Mammy tells well. Nana Jesse, no network in the la and person back as I today may and say, well, Abna was up just if you are over throughout the week and Abna not throughout your Wednesday. So Wednesday will be here. We will be here. Agnes no, but Abna no busa that question. So we'll be here throughout the week. Even say momentum is on the side of Baumia any NPP. Don't forget election day and the processes of voting, any ways and means. You don't be blind to that fact. Jesus loves me. Say Baumia na nebe win on there. That is all he knows about Baumia nebe winning. Augustine Boahin say if you want your children to end up in a disco, or nightclub when they vote for Mahama. Oh, nightclub near Kodada. Mahama being near more propaganda be kumo. And I just on network no there. I don't know what is happening today. And as happen. And the network so I into the break Wednesday no about McBaron says it's possible if yeah, and I wait to see MPP is winning. DJ says if yeah, I will talk on Wednesday. You want everybody to have a say. Now no be sending message. I then a man and cast a man is true. Some sorry I'm didn't comfort them. Obi ba no be chen you just jump on to conclusion and insult people. So that's why the women are not coming because the man be one man no man am fan any mayor from. Yeah, mo na mo ye kra ne fire ho put cheche for you know. Everyone say kojo a day chance. I think go driving is not safe for you to speak because why are there you've been on from beginning no. But driving we can't put you on. Yeah, that's a baby. Obviously, Dr. Costa, if you have any brapa, because there in a commenter or the my which have a real time Libya can by Yampa. You better also Wednesday, near Casa, a countdown on the woman. So once there's a countdown, 12 days to elections, they say the TBR. I'll see, say maybe in the last week of the election, they ban every day. We'll see if we can do that now. Yeah, say we can do a proper countdown. Any idea? That, but there's tension. The Nana Kofifi UK can't say there's tension. Let's reduce the tension. I think it's very important. Ghana police. That's why Nano me posted to me Facebook. Say, I toy Ghana. Boys in the dia group we kumati abasing crime. We must stop it. Because he are caught into an election. It's a critical election. Obia can take advantage and do anything that they want to do. Ye election no to abronya da yenim. Obi person odi obi boni obesha da afetu obi aye say toy Ghana. Ye be wana po no afra nipa no ko. And you see a chairman you maybe see and sani akakasi ye hunyanka. Sometimes let's be proactive. Until me Ghana police, IGP stop your money when we can do that. Stop them now. And yes, beba be asem akofa asem for ediaba. Usa mama me na munyamasi yankopon ya adoma Wednesday. Alibaba wo network no so ene asheda na obo weekend no ngina so ada. But thank you so much everybody for joining us. Dr. Costa, I'm send you a message very soon. Until I said I'm come production team no Mr. Kojo Hansen DOP Edibedi Akone DJ O Black no be and High Life Radio Kings Jersey Radio, Adam Fupa Media, Naspa Media, Megacho FM now. Thank you for giving us an extension of our legs. Said about baby I in Rukrano, be abemaye. Yaswati. This has been okay 101.7 FM lady. Thank you so much and good night.
Enchebia yebeto aba. Akabe na watcho menu pepepe ni ato aba. Na ni America ne say abatwa ye kotui. Enya batwa eye tesenia yato kane we yabato yesro kokra yabato se yetuni ya nyame adoma yesika sembe siesie na yenya hoto wo Ghana se antuni ya ahochire ayewo mu ene ohia ayewo mu ebeto aso
God, inshallah, we are winning this election. We are winning this election. Make no mistake about it. The only issue for me today, if we vote today, we win. The only issue is the gap. How big a gap we are going to give our opponents. I want a big gap. I want a big gap. I want all of you to come out. I want a big gap. We want to beat them well. So come out and vote. Choboy.